All right, we are starting today with our Open Bantam show. So this is the biggest show by far that we have. We had over 700 birds exhibited. It was capped at 700, so we did get exactly 700 in. The last few entries were disqualified. We had 143 exhibitors in this category alone. So quite a few exhibitors, quite a few birds sent in. Thank you for everyone who had entered birds. I'm looking at some different ideas for next year to try and see what we can do to get multiple judges in, so we don't have just one judge. Poor Mr. Bartz is going through 700 birds. He did look through these ahead of time, so it can go hopefully a little bit faster. We already know what most of the placings are going to be and how the birds are sorted out, so this isn't his first time viewing all of these birds. That would be just a little bit crazy to do in one setting. So I do want to give a I want to give a thank you to some of our sponsors. So Champions Blend sponsored feed. They're going to be sending out a bag of feed to all of the winners for this show. They'll send it out to the Champion Bantam, Champion and Reserve Bantam for both open, youth, same with large fowl, waterfowl, and quail. So huge thank you to them. Buttercup Meadow sponsored the All Other Comb Clean Legged Award. And then we've got quite a few add-on awards from the American Ohiki Association, the Misfit Homestead in Michigan, SS Ceramos, Raven Ridge Micro Farm, Buttercup Meadow, and Oak Luck sponsored separate awards and additional ribbons. So we'll go through the show today. If you see any of these sponsors, give them a huge thank you. Give them a huge shout out. We wouldn't be able to keep this show free for them. So without them. So without further ado, I'll let Mr. Bartz introduce himself, and then we can get started judging.
Okay. My name's Phil Bartz. I've been a licensed APA judge for 30 years and judged all the way from Canada to Florida and California to Ohio. I really haven't done whole much up in the Northeast, but definitely see those people in Ohio. So been doing it a while and love doing it. I do about 10 to 15 county fairs in the state of Illinois, Iowa, and Indiana every year, and do quite a few state fairs. I think I'm up to about 15 state fairs that I've judged. So just love doing it. I love looking at good birds, and so we got to do that through this show. I'll make comments throughout some of the classes. Obviously, when we're judging photos, it's a little bit different because you can't handle them, so you can't see some of those finer points that would normally break things up for me. So, I'll mention some of that, and obviously, the photo is of great importance. And so, if you had poor quality photos, usually those birds didn't do quite as well, just simply because I couldn't see, if leg color made a difference, I need to be able to see leg color or comb type and some of those things. Some of them were way too dark, so then you couldn't tell color in those instances, and I'll try to bring some of that up as we go through there. But definitely some very nice birds. I would have loved to have handled some of them. Maybe I have over time, I suppose. But always very interesting. Of course, this kind of started during COVID, and I did one of the first shows that was virtual online. The state of Illinois had to do all their 4-H shows that way. And so it's definitely different. It takes longer to do it this way than it does actual live, I think, sometimes. And I did not write comments out like I did last time, just simply because there was way too many to do that this time. So, but I'll try to make comments as we go through.
Absolutely.
I raise a lot of rare breeds, and I pretty much raised everything in the standard at one time or another, except for maybe some of those down there in any other breed categories, but LaFletch and Hamburgs, Dorkings, and Houdens, and all them nice, rare, old antiquity breeds. Those are what I like, and currently just pretty much focusing on Dorkings and Golden Pitzel Hamburg, large fowl. Also acquired some white-faced Spanish Bantams and Standards last year, and got a good crop of those out. So what we do here,
Yeah. Thank
work
you
and pay
for judging. And I do want to give people watching a notice. If you've got any questions while we go along, especially because we probably won't go in depth every single bird. There's just too many birds to do that. But if you do have questions on a specific bird that you want to see live, obviously this won't work as well replayed, but go ahead and comment below. Whether you're on YouTube or on Facebook, we can see that, and I will stop Mr. Bartz and get him in and ask the question for him. So if you've got questions on a placing, on a photo, we can zoom in some of the photos for you too if you're having a hard time seeing it. Things like that, just put it down in the comments. I do also want to give a huge shout out. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to be on today, but Ryan Croftswaite with Champion Row Chickens was huge in helping us out in putting everything together here. So he put some of the pictures on here for me, helped me sort through them, especially with the 4th of July weekend and holidays. I was without power. I was up north without reception for a while. It was flooding here. Super hectic. He was great at helping them. So if you see Ryan at all, give him a huge thank you for me. He may be jumping on and helping clerk a little bit today if he's got time. So you may see him on as well. And then we'll start right away with Rose Comb Clean Legged. The order is posted on the Facebook page. So if you scroll back on Pips and Checks a little bit, you will be able to see the list and the breeds that we'll be going through. So without further ado, I'll let Mr. Bartz take it away with our Wyandotte Black males.
Okay. Pretty decent class to start our show off with in these Black Wyandottes. I started with and please don't pay attention to the numbers up the top. If there was only 5 and they was under that, I did kind of use that, but basically I started left to right. So 1 is 1 on that one and used the top row and then kept counting. So I'll give them numbers and hopefully they'll be able to kind of figure it out, and I'll point them out if they have any questions. But number 1 there is number 1 in this class. Just a really nice type male, I think. Exemplifies what a Wyandotte should look like. Then I went number 4. So if you 1, 2, 3, and 4th one there is number 2. 5 is number 3. 8 is number 4, and 3 is 5th.
Do you want to look and double check to make sure that looks the way it's supposed to? I was going to say
that doesn't look 5 up there doesn't look correct.
Okay. Let me undo some stuff and make sure I've got it in the right order. Okay, go ahead and tell me what the order was again, and we can put it in the right spot.
Yeah, it's 3. 1 is 1, and then 4 is 2nd.
Okay.
5, so that
is
one
third.
Is 3rd. 8, so that would have been in the 2nd row, 3rd one.
Okay.
And then number 3, this one up here. There you go. Now that's correct.
There we go. This one has an extra one on there.
And so you can kind of see they found kind of the same mold. Some of those, may have been conditioned, but all good yellow legs there, black color, pretty good type, I think. The ones that didn't place, you can obviously see the photo just way too dark down there on the bottom. And then when there was some hackle color in that second one on the bottom there, up front, there's just a little bit of silvering. Way too short in the back on the first one in the bottom, and the other one looks to be kind of blue, maybe. That third one down there on the bottom.
Okay, going on to black females.
So in females, 3 is first. So that one right, you can't see that, but yep. And then we jump all the way to number 10.
10. The one facing left, correct?
It should be, yes.
Okay.
It should be in front. Nope, not that one. Nope. Yeah, that one. You're right. Yep.
Okay.
You're right. 4. She would have been up on the top row. 12. Second to the last one. Yep. And then number 1 is 5th.
Okay. I'll go ahead and put those down for people to see.
And again, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. You can see on the bottom row, some of those had issues with just back lines are not correct, condition-wise, leg color. Up on the top row, we had some wing placements, a little flatter in the back in some of them. Good green sheen, you could tell. And that first one, I can see her feet, but you really have to look and blow that up. It's probably hard if you don't blow that up, but you can see she does have good yellow legs, and a nice tail, good head on her. But 5 really nice females in that class, really.
Okay. On to best variety overall wine or black Wyandotte.
So the best variety was the black male, and reserve variety was the female.
Okay. Moving on to white males. Ooh.
So number 4 there is first. 1 is second.
Okay.
2 is third. 3 is fourth, and 6 is fifth.
Okay.
Yep. Really like that male. I wish it was a little better picture without the cage there, and the lighting is not great, but really nice profile picture there, and good head, and just really a nice complete package.
Give me 1 second to pull names. And then
The fifth one you can tell. You should be able to see some leg under Wyandotte, and so that 5th one, and even the 4th, is just a little shorter in their leg, a little more cobbier in their body, not quite as balanced. When you look at him, you see points that break, and you don't want to see that. When you look at those, you should see a nice rounded package, and just a complete. Your eyes should go in a complete view on them without breaking. And 5 makes you break there. Even 4 does a little bit. So that's something you want to look at in Wyandottes there, or what I use anyway. Yeah, nice class.
going into white females. I'll switch the screen view so I can see the birds a little better.
First is 2. 5 is second. 1 is third. 4 is fifth. And 6 is fifth.
Let me make sure I've got that right. So you want like that, correct? Or was it this one that was fourth?
Not that one. Is the other one, I think.
Okay.
Yep. That's
space that out just a little bit. Threw it in a weird order.
And so, it just kind of follows the same thing there. And again, this is a breed where I'd love to be able to see between the toes, and you'd love to, want to be able to see that rose comb on them. And while that head turned like that, you would think that would help, but it really didn't in this case. But just pretty much used the bodies on them. Again, a little short on the legs for me in some of them, but profile views were pretty good. Nice conditioned birds. The best was the male, and reserve was on the female.
All right. And then, so that's our best of variety white Wyandotte.
Yep.
Moving on to silver-laced males.
Okay. 1 is first. 5 is second. Second, the second photo is third. 4 is 4, and 6 is fifth.
Okay.
Yep. Some differences here, and again, this is where, when you get into these party color birds, there's so much that you just can't really pick out in a photo. I really like the first bird for a lot of things. I'd really like to see his wings up just a little bit higher. The second one has some hackle coloring issues, but some nice lacing, also some wing color issues. But thought his body type was definitely there. I love his head on that bird. And then third, again, just fell into place there. And then you can see that our type and condition really goes pretty quick after those top 3. But an interesting class that would be fun to talk through. Definitely guys will change them, I'm sure, but that's how I see them. And so the best, we got females, so we got females on this one.
We gotta get through females yet.
Yep, got to get the females. So 4 is first. 9 is second.
Okay.
7 is third. 8 is fourth. And 6 is fifth.
Okay. There.
So again, just a beautiful bird on that top one there. She's going to be the best variety and silver laced, and the male was your reserve.
Give me 1 second because I've got to pull. Yeah.
And you can kind of see like the 5th place picture there. She's so far in the background. You need to have them closer up to the front. If you do it again, it's much better when you have them closer than further back in the photos.
Okay, on to the best of variety. We said the female was first and the male was second.
Correct.
Any reason for placing the female over the male?
Wings are up better on the female. I thought her lacing was a little better throughout her color, but maybe just a little bit better. Curves were just a little better on her, but it actually is pretty close between the two. People will tell you over the years, some judges pick males for their best all the time, and some judges pick females. And I'm one of those that I usually pick females because I just think it's easier to get nicer females than it is males. But if you get a male, I'll use him. But usually they tend to have more issues. And if you look back in his saddle, see how that's puffed out just a little bit there. I don't always like that. So that was the cut between them two and the wing carriage. So pretty close.
Okay, on to best partridge. And here we didn't have enough males and females. We need a minimum of 5 males and 5 females at least to have separate slides for male and female, for those wondering.
Okay, so we had some really nice classes, but then this one here really dropped. And I had some issues with this one because I didn't know what to do with it. But if you'll notice, the very last male on the bottom row is by far and away the best bird. But if you look at his wing, that's see his wing.
I was gonna say.
See, it looks like he's got, he's out in a area where somebody didn't pick him up. You could have said that if he was in a cage, but that is definitely a split right there. And I don't know what, that feather could have been coming out. I don't know what the scoop was, but I can't use that in what we see here today. When you're judging this, that's part of what I see there. And so I can't use that just because I question it. So, but definitely the best type bird and color, everything. But I didn't use him because of that wing deal right there. So just if you had any questions on that. So first was 4B. So then that would have been no.
Oh, 4 on the bottom row. Okay.
Yep, 4 bottom row. Yep. If they followed the numbers up the top, sometimes I use that.
Yeah.
1A was second.
Okay.
1B was third. 5A was fourth. And 4A was fifth.
Okay.
I found this I spent lots of time on this class because after that one, really couldn't use him at the top. And so then I just thought there was a lot of issues there. So, you can talk them a lot of ways, but basically the first and second one are pretty good. In their front 2/3, but the back third get into that tail area, gets a little more pinchy and droopy, not where it should be. And same way down here in that fifth male, you can just see the front 2/3 of him is really good. In that, except for the wing carriage on him, is a little low. Really coarse in their head. A lot of them have some wrinkles and all that, and so it makes them not look as nice. The female, assuming that she's probably pretty young yet, maybe not quite finished, but she had a little bit of problem in her tail, but definitely not quite as good as what our whites and silvers were.
On to the next one, the new variety of chocolate.
So there, it is hard to get chocolate to show up in photos correctly, from what I've seen, because I've judged some and then seen pictures of them like, I love that bird. It was much better than that. And so, I give them the benefit of the doubt here, but there was definitely 2 of them that had much better chocolate here. And so that was the female. The third picture is first. Fourth is second.
Okay.
Fourth is third. And is last. Yeah.
Like that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I think. Yep.
We'll move all of them down.
So the last one down there, that fifth one, is probably, I didn't think he was chocolate. He looks blue to me, no matter which way you talked about it. And the other one, all three of those are pretty questionable as far as whether they are actually chocolate. Now, I'll give the female the benefit of the doubt, but I don't know about the other two.
Yeah, I think I've seen some of these birds in person. And I think you may have as well at Cooley. I believe some
Cooley?
of them
Yeah.
are there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, definitely hard to get a good picture on any bird chocolate.
Picture. And so, and you want a nice even color. So like that fourth one, see how he's splotchy? Even if he was chocolate, he's splotchy, and you want a nice even chocolate without all that splotchiness. And that the last one, I don't think there's no way I can get him to be chocolate. So
all right.
We did make him last. I didn't kick him out. And then we had two blues here. I'm assuming.
Yep. And, they were any other. So we had opened, okay. I believe that was all of our any other Wyandottes. Let me double check quick. Make sure we didn't have any more sneak in there. We tried to set up some of these slides ahead of time, and then late entries were in there. It didn't mess it up, but there's some in there that didn't get sorted the same way. So the way it works for like my end of things, for anyone curious, is the Google Forms automatically sorts it by breed if it's one of the breeds that's listed on there. So it doesn't sort them by variety. All of that is done by hand, and it doesn't sort them by sex. Yep, that's all we have for any other variety. Just making sure we didn't miss any.
And they are that way, just the way they are. One is the first one, and second is, I actually kicked the other one out. I think if you looked at him and his hackle there, is typical problem in these, and it has some rust and brown in there.
Okay.
Yep. I DQ'd it on my sheet. I mean, sometimes you can't really tell. You give them the benefit of the doubt in the pictures. But there is a good example if anybody out there sees Wyandotte type and, okay type. There's really good Wyandotte type in that first one and not so good in the second one. See that back line? And when I talked about, how your eye flow, just look at that first one for a little bit and then move over to the next one. And your eye does all kinds of stops. I mean, stops right behind the hackle. It stops back there in the tail. The wing, does that. So a little too short in the leg for me, not quite the front. That's a good example there of good Wyandotte type in that first one.
And then I want to double check our best of variety chocolate. We had someone say 1B was third for best of variety. Was this your placing for the?
Yeah, okay. The female is first. She's her best variety, and then cockerel is the second one is reserve variety.
Okay, and then for third place, was it that female again, or was it one of the cocks?
No, it's that female.
Okay, just double checking. We had someone comment on there. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Oh, that's fine.
So, and then on to best Wyandotte. So I pulled all of the best of varieties in no particular order. And if you want to reserve a variety, I can absolutely pull one from there as well.
So my best variety was the white, and reserve was the black.
Okay.
And strongly, I mean that was definitely a good blue there, and definitely really nice silver laced. I mean, really four nice birds. And the chocolate ain't terrible, but it's not a good picture. But them top four there, really nice pictures, good example of Wyandotte type.
Okay.
And
Going on.
males.
Yeah, D'Anvers quails. Quail D'Anvers, technically.
Oh, this was my nightmare class. And judges will tell you they much rather judge 10 good birds than 10 bad birds. And so I don't know whose these are. I don't want to discredit you, but really struggled to find what I wanted to use here because I didn't like really any of them. Lots of issues here. Some of it to do with photos, some of it to do with just what they are. And so it makes it very difficult for me. You could get 10 judges, and I guarantee you they will have 10 different ways that they place this class. So take it with a grain of salt, but something that you look for, the point on the comb should follow the contour of the head. Need a nice muff. Wings shouldn't be dragging the ground. And you got the break stops, which that's how I read it's supposed to kind of be. But you got short backs, you got long backs, you got color issues all over the board, which I don't care whether they're light or dark. I just want them even throughout. And some of them are too dark in hackle. Some of them are too light in hackle. So just bear with me on what I did because really struggled to find something that I was really happy with. So 1 is going to be 1.
Okay.
8 is 2.
4, 5. So there's 5 on the top row. 8 is going to be the second one down here. Okay.
The second one, which is 3rd. 9 is 4th, and 7 is 5th.
Okay.
So that second one on the bottom, one of them that we didn't use, I didn't mind his overall profile, but if you look at him, he's not Belgian quail, he's blue quail. And so that's blue feathering in there, and you can see the difference. And we have lots of that popping up now when your people are doing crosses. That blue will keep showing up unexpectedly. It happens in people did Faverolles, blue Faverolles, and that got into salmon Faverolles, and that's still in there. And so it's in several other breeds and varieties too. But when that blue gets crossed in there, you have to really be careful with that.
So that one was one I put in there as quail. If it's in blue quail, we can move it to any other.
Well, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. It's fine. Yeah. But yeah. So
I was gonna say I'll throw it into any other because I believe we have blue quail in any other.
Okay. You can pretty much
already.
But you can see the other ones, the one down there on the bottom, just really narrow. So you need that good width over the nice front to them with good width and some depth there that carries all the way back. Can't narrow up as it goes back into that tail, which that one does. You can see he's really light up there at the top of his hackle, a little lighter up front. The next one over here, just not quite the right profile for me at all. Then we had a photo, quality down there where they're just too far back in the cage. You can see that last picture on the bottom row. See how he really slopes off at the breast, really angles off, and that's not a good thing, and it gets a little pitchy in the tail. And so just nothing there that just really excites me, but, definitely some birds that you can use in the breeding pens, depending on what you put them on. So that's just how I see them.
Okay. Moving on to quail females. Quite a few less of these.
So there was number 4 is first, 3 is second, 5 is third, 1 is fourth, and 2 is fifth.
Does that look about right?
I believe so.
Okay.
And again, there's just nothing there that's just perfect, but we got some nice beard up there in the front. Actually, most of these exhibited kind of nice beards. Her tail, I'd like to see up a little bit, a little different there in her tail, but she's got a big front on her. I preach that completeness, that balance, and she's a little out of balance. Probably 2 is a little more balanced, but I didn't think she carried near the same amount of width over her back and the depth. If you look at depth between those 2 birds, just a big difference. And then we kind of had some color issues as we went on down through there. They're just not very good quail color in that, in my opinion, and so that hurt them a little bit. And definitely the last one, you can see how much leg you see down there. You shouldn't be able to see too much leg on these guys, but that wing feather should follow the hawk joint, so you should still be able to see that hawk. What I was always told. Now maybe quail breeders tell me different, but that's kind of how I learned it. When you know they're too low, they're touching the ground, but the wing should just be parallel to that hawk, so that you can still see that.
Just curious, why the 4th place bird in 4th? You mentioned some of the color issues in the third.
Just color. Her picture was smuttier. It's not as clear and focused. But the quail, you can see the feather pattern on her is not quite as good. She had some shafting. I thought more pronounced in her main tail, but just not the quail coloring over her back and wing. A little lighter for me, but basically it was just the pattern on her I didn't quite like as good. She had a good front, decent back line to her. Profile's good, but you just couldn't see.
The quail on it.
Yep. So the best variety and reserve variety were both on the females.
Okay. And then on to black.
Okay, so on our black ones, 5th picture is first. 2nd picture is second.
So the 5th picture is first. 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you looking at that?
The next one.
There we go.
Yep.
And the second picture in a second.
That's correct. And the 6th picture, which I think is the female down there on the bottom, is third. And 7, that's the picture. Yep. Was 4th, and 3rd was 5th.
Okay.
And so pretty decent ones in the top 2 or 3, if you want to say that. 3, the photo quality is not very good on that one, but I really like the head on the first one. I think you can see that pretty good. But when you get to 4, what color face does it look like she has? And 5.
Almost looks like it looks black, but
it looks black, and it's supposed to be red. So that, not saying that it is or isn't. Obviously not in near as good a condition. A lot younger bird there, but so when you're when you're taking photos, keep that in mind. If that's your breed and you got a face there that's not exactly popping red off of that, you better go back and take some more because that hurt that one.
Yeah.
And then
we did have this year, it was last year's video. We had videos posted on like taking quail photography. One of the tips was try to avoid direct lighting. So like outdoor bright sunlight, specifically for you'll get shadows like that can make it hard to tell what that face looks like. And just in general, yeah.
I'm terrible at taking poultry pictures, but some people are just darn good at it, and there definitely is a trick to it.
Yeah.
So that's that one. Then we had AOVs.
Yep. And I threw that quail or blue quail down in the bottom there.
Okay.
Just so you know. So it looks like we have 3 blue quail, 1 possibly lavender. It might be white. It's hard to tell with the color, like the lighting. One white.
I think that the second one was I called it lavender, and the blue quail down on the bottom. I like her profile. She's got a heck of a muff on her. She's got her angles right. A nice blue quail pattern. And so I used her. I don't like her wing, but I thought she had enough width and front to her that we started with her. So I think she should have been the 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 5 is first. And so I think our blue one still up there is going to be second. Then we would use number 1 will be third.
Okay.
And then our male that we brought over would be 4th. And our lavender was 5th. Then.
Okay.
So the white one, you can tell there, the one we didn't place, if you can see how pinchy he is, he just doesn't carry the width over his back and gets really pinchy in the tail. That tends to be a common fault in geckos, and so you really got to watch that. That's why that front is so important, and you'll notice, all those that I got up there definitely have some front to them. Some differences, and they're beautiful, beautiful colors. We've got some issues there, a little long in the back, probably on the blue. The other one just not quite the width and depth throughout to get her above the blue, and so I think 3 and 4 are probably pretty close there. The lavender, she gets almost a little too much body there. I think if you lifted her up, she would probably be pretty heavy, but pretty nice for lavender color. I mean, her feather quality is very nice, and definitely a decent bird because that is pretty hard to get in that color for that breed. So that was that.
On to Best Denver.
It's
I pulled best and reserve for all of them here. So you've got the best and top, reserve on bottom.
And so I used the quail female. I went ahead and used her for the best and the black for second. I thought he was just a little too short and cobby for me. Gets a little more jagged in some of his lines than even the female there. And I mean, her front is really protruding out there. I'd like to see her legs moved up a little bit further forward. That would have helped her out, balance her a little bit. But definitely a difficult class to work on, I'll tell you that. So, and I like me some quail. I like some Danvers. I think they're pretty when they're right. So then we moved on to the Seabrights.
There wasn't as many this year as there was last year.
And so here's a good example of hatchery sea brights and exhibition sea brights. And which one do you think is best? Yeah, that lower right one. So she's a darn good one now. I'm telling you, that baby is pretty.
Okay.
So I had.
There we
so
go.
Was it just? Yeah, I only placed six and one. The other bird up there, she's in that one. Is I didn't place the rest of them because they just lack too much breed type and quality. And so those are all. You can see the leg length and body shape and everything. So you want them to look like a heart. And that number one, man, she's got it going on. She looks like a shaker. We call them shakers.
Okay. On to silver. Quite a few more here.
We had lots more in this class and some pretty decent ones and some different types of things in there. A little more difficult for me. 3 was the male up top was first. Then number 16.
Oh boy. 2, 3, 4.
I think it's the very last one down there, that last male.
Okay.
I think. And then 15, the female right next to him there was third, and 12. Is that this one maybe?
Male. That'd be the male there.
Okay, and 7
was
11, 5th.
7, the one in the blue carrier.
I don't think that's right. That's not right.
No.
The one next to it. What? It's the female next to it.
To the left or right?
Okay. To the left. And she's got a nice body, and this is what happens to sea brights a lot. They'll do just like she's doing. If it's cold, they won't hold that tail up, and they won't show. And oh my God, it just drives you crazy because that bird is so good. And if you took her home, she'd pop that tail right up, and she'd be beautiful. But there's a pure case that they had her in a show and not in a natural setting, and see where that tail's at, down. And so they should be up, but she was enough good quality there that I went ahead and used her. So we had some other females down there on the bottom row that you could tell just a U shape in there. You shouldn't see that U shape. Looked like an old sway back horse there or something. Just ruins her profile. The one next to her, she had a little bit of roughed up feathers up there in her head, so probably had been in with a male or something. I don't know, but pretty darn nice. It just needs to be a better photo of profile view of her. And then some lacing issues and some other just too long, not the correct type, and the rest of those, but pretty decent ones up there to start that class with. And so our best was the golden, and the reserve was the silver.
Okay.
That's correct.
And then I think, we've got rose combs next.
Okay, so 7, the very last photo there is first.
Okay.
5 is second. I think that's a female. 6 is third.
Okay.
2 is fourth. And the third photo is 5th.
The third photo is 5th. Okay. Does that look about right?
Ooh. I think so. Looks pretty close. Yep.
Okay.
So we had a really, really nice one to start out that class with, and then one, the photo could be better on that female. I don't think she's terrible. Just not a very good photo. The third one, you could tell the tail set is different on him, how it lays, how we don't have that nice curve to it out there. which you should have. It's more pointed, jagged, and then you have that big, beefed up earlobe on him. And I don't know whether it could have been damaged or something at one time, but it just doesn't look quite natural there in that particular photo. But decent head, decent body on him. Fourth, you just couldn't tell, a bad picture. Fifth, she's not finished, a little rough in her condition. Same thing on those last two there, just photos, a little more blurry. A really nice one to start that one out.
All right. On to water malls. And we had someone ask for any and all feedback on the notes on the water mall would be appreciated, especially the one on the stump.
The one from the what?
The one on the stump, the one on the bottom left corner.
Left corner.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is a newer. I mean, they've been around a long time over Europe, but something that has been on the inactive list over here until recently, and kind of seeing a few of them at shows now. So I've been definitely no expert, but I mean, from what I gather, it's I think you're shooting towards that second female on the bottom row. She was first, and I thought she just blew it away. I really like her. Then I think it tightens up quite a bit. Number one, I placed second.
Okay.
Number two was third. Number five was fourth. And six was fifth.
Okay.
And so that one, the male, if that's the one she's had a question about, if you look at him, see how and that's probably that backlighting, but see when you just look at that, you kind of see some yellow casting there. And so he may be very white. I don't know. But had some width. I thought he needed more front. Water ball should have that front on him, kind of like a decal should have. And so he slopes off really fast, really angled up in the front end. I did not like that. And so they had to have a good front to him. Tail angle, I think, is probably pretty right. Back has a little slope to it, but not that much. And so his wings need to be up a little bit. And obviously, you'd like to see him with a little more beard. The males don't have to have much on the top, but I'd like to see a little more beard there. Again, some width over the back. If you'll see that female, I thought she was just balanced. That's
Okay.
That's my understanding of it. Whether that's right or not, I don't know. I mean, I thought some of these were a little long. I didn't think they were supposed to. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't think they was quite that long over the back. But I do know they're supposed to have that good front. The third one, he was in really good condition for lavender. Probably doesn't have enough body. He doesn't have that width that I'd like to see, and he's probably pretty slopey in the front there. And so when you exhibit these, I don't know whether they brought that forward. I guess they have in the ABA standard. Obviously, they're not in APA, but the ABA said they were on the inactive list. And so you can call the association and get the standard for it. But as far as colors and all that, I don't know how that works. So that'd be interesting to know what they do with that, because there are definitely multiple colors. So my suggestion always is when you show a breed or variety like this, always bring the standard with you to give to the judge, and then he has something to go with. Um, Bree did that. She's working with trying to get these quail in the standard. She sent a detailed thing for me when I judged up in Wisconsin and judged her quail, and that's very helpful when you get that information. The people that have been exhibiting ermine, erminet, Americanas. That's a different pattern. It's not a modeled. It's not a exchequer. It's different, and so you should bring the standard to that. And they're still working on their standard. So, they wanted feedback from me on some of the shows that I've judged on that particular color pattern. But I like things like this. So but I can't tell you that I'm right or wrong because I have not did my research on this like I should yet.
They did say they're back on the active list in the ABA.
Right,
I just
they are,
looked.
yes.
Yep, they're not in the APA yet. So,
but they're. But does it list a standard?
That is a great question. It's
And-
on
and
the
the color-
EBA website, but I don't believe the standard is.
And the colors, that's what I don't think it was on the website yet, and so it'd be interesting to see when it went off, or when it went off at one point in time, what colors were in the standard, because there's lots of colors of them over in Europe. So,
Yeah, definitely a
Interesting.
neat breed. Yeah, just different.
yeah, they're pretty.
Okay, on to the Dominiques.
Okay. Okay, this was a nice class of birds to kind of look through some differences in there. I started with the number 4. So,
Okay, which is the top bird or the bottom bird? The cock bird or the hen? Might be a pullet, but
well, that's a good question there.
I'm guessing you're looking at that
It
cock
doesn't-
bird.
Oh, there we go. There we go. So I went. Number 1 was the female up at the top, and then 3,
okay.
2, 4. So no,
Nope.
that's what I used number 1 photo. So the third photo on the bottom is my first place bird.
Okay.
That's 4. And then the other pull it up top that I started that you just had there, that was 1. That's number 2.
Okay.
The male on the bottom row, third. So he was the third. Nope.
Next one. Yep. Okay.
Nope.
No.
No. That one. That's the third photo.
Okay.
Was it? No, that meant
I was gonna say I think that one was 4th photo.
1, 2, 3. Well, he was my third. He was third, and I don't even remember seeing that one out there. Fourth is the other male down there on the bottom.
Okay.
And then the female, and she has an eye issue. And there were several of these in classes today that I noticed either had blind eyes or, it could be Merrick, sometimes leucosis, it says in the standard. So that's kind of an important thing. If you're showing an eye that has an issue, get a photo from the other side, I would suggest, because that really knocks several birds. I really like that female, but she definitely has something going on in that eye there, so it pushed her down. Like to see the tail up on that first one just a little bit, but her color contrast between the white and black is much better than the second place bird. And some of it may be due to photo, but I think that second one is she just naturally, it's more, it's not a crisp white and a crisp black. It's more of a blend into one another, and you don't want that. You want that nice separation between. It should be black and it should be white, and it shouldn't be barred like a barred rock. It needs to be a little jagged, and so keep that in mind. But pretty nice top four right there. Anyway, a little high in the tail down there, not quite as good in his tail, but the wings are up. The male that was third has a little bit of, see, look like he got a chunk out of his wattle there. That kind of hurt him a little bit, and his spike needs to go up just a little bit more rather than follow the back of his head.
Okay.
So that was that class.
On to rose, like the best overall rose comb clean legged.
Okay, and that was I lose my list already. The Golden Sea Bright was the best rose comb clean leg.
Okay. And then do you have
the
a reserve?
And the reserve would have been the White Wyandotte.
Okay.
And reserve was pretty close there. I mean, I kind of like the black rose comb. So it was, and I also like that Dominic. So it was nice group.
Okay. On to the next class of single comb clean legs. I do have a few people asking again about the order. Order is posted on the Facebook page, and then we are just through rose comb clean legs, so we're moving on to single comb. After single comb will be any other comb, and then feather leg before the games. So starting off single comb clean leg with an unrecognized breed, the Ohiki. Let me switch. There we go. And I did send the standard out, so I don't know if you have a copy of it at all, but
I have seen that one, and it's a work in progress. So
yeah,
I use this is my opinion on what they are shooting for, what I think they need to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I started with the last picture there, number 11, which is the male down on the bottom. He's number 1. The female right next to him is number 2. She would have been, and then the number 1 was 3rd. 5 was 4th, and 6th was 5th.
Okay.
And I think you can kind of see that I at least followed a theme there. I hope they all kind of have the same body type, shape, but kind of what I was looking for. We got into those bottom ones a little longer in the back. I don't think that, you can't have all that linked to back there. And then obviously you want to be shooting for a standard color. And so the BB Reds are, one of them that they are working on. And so we've seen that up there in those top ones. And then we kind of had a Creole, and then we had some a silver down there on the bottom, just not near enough body front with him, poor condition. Female next to her, when it's way back there in the back, even if you blow that up, I still can't see nothing. So I don't know, anything about that chicken really. The one next to her, the male, a little high, see his tail, it's way up in the air. Not supposed to be like that. And then come down. The one right next to it may have been better than where I played. He could have been placed a little, maybe placed in there. He would have been, getting right up there. But the other ones, I just didn't think they were pretty. I really liked that bottom male and that. But it doesn't really follow any set color description, and so it's harder to place those type of birds. Uh, um, for me, anyway, because I think you need to be shooting towards a set standard, and so that to me, the first two are what they. To me, those are what they should look like. I think those are pretty good examples of what I think they should be.
And then on to Plymouth Rocks.
Okay, so we have rock people. Come on, good grief! I grew up with. There was rocks everywhere. I mean, my goodness, it was barred rocks, buff rocks, white rocks. I mean, white rocks that were 20, 30 in the class, and they were, oh my God, they just, the top 10 males, the top 10 females would be peas in a pod. I mean, just beautiful. Not my cup of tea because I can't keep white birds clean, but I definitely had some good friends that raised some good rocks. Keens and some others around here there were some good ones. First was number 2 there.
Okay.
I think a very, very good bird, not the best photo, but a very good bird if you give him the benefit of the doubt. Definitely like his profile. Then I went number 4, male. I think there was male down here, I think, for second. 7 was third.
Okay.
Number 1 was 4th.
Okay.
Number 3 was 5th.
Does that look about right?
I think so.
Okay.
So the 4th one, you know, when you look at that, it looks like he's got some yellow brassiness there, and I'm hoping that's lighting. That's what I attribute it to, or I might not have placed him up there that high, but the bar just out of condition. Then we had a little wing problem, not balanced bird down there in the middle bottom, and then the other one just not the best photo for him, I don't think. Maybe a better bird than that. Wings need to be up. So not a bad bird, the top one. I really do like that top bird. I think he looks pretty decent.
On to Leghorns.
Leghorn people, even worse. What the heck? three males here. I love me some good Leghorns.
We had some more initially, and then they were pulled out. So
they heard Phil was judging. Heard Phil was judging. So I think there's a pretty darn nice one in this class. That number 3 bird. I like him. You got to have a front. He's got some legs there. Maybe like to see just to give him some little more depth. But man, he's got a nice curves there, buddy. I mean, when you look at that bird, your eye doesn't stop. If you start there at the head, you flow down the back over the tail, and where's that tail take you? Back underneath. Just that nice swoop. No breaks. Nice. And the white earlobe, that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points on the comb. I really like him. He's a nice one. And I'm really particular on my Leghorns. I grew up with some Jim Dandies here in Illinois that, oh my gosh, we would get into some heated discussions on that. But thing that I always heard from my group out here, that got to have fronts, and that bird's got a front. And so then I went, the second picture is number 2. Nope.
All right.
Other one. 3, 2, 1's that one. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
And so those two may be a little closer. I like the front on the third male better, but a little yellow casting in there. Wings too low for me there. I like to see just a little more length of back but he's got the width that I'd like to put on my top bird. So just and that yellow casting to the photo does not help him. So keep that in mind. But really, really nice birds in that class. But I really like that top one. But you can see when I talk depth, look between the first and second bird and see how much from the top line to where the hawk kind of sits there. That's the hawk underneath the wing. That's your depth area, and so you'd like to see that depth in there. The reason you keep that is for good health, good egg production in your females. If you lose that width and depth, then you run into all kinds of issues later on. And we also, I'm a big one that preaches. You really can't see that in birds today, but if they're not correct on their feet and legs, I will mark that on your tags at a show, and it will say legs on there, and that's what I mean. And that all goes back to a foundation of the bird. And so keep that in mind. That's why I like good with the depth there.
Okay. On to Rhode Island Red males.
And so here we got a really nice male, and man, I wish the photo was better because he is a gym dandy. I mean, for Rhode Island Red, and I'm really particular on these suckers too. When they're right, I love them, and that bird is good, in my opinion. He's got that nice top line to him. Again, you just flow with him. It's nice. The width he carries from his shoulder all the way back to the tail. Wing could be up just a little higher, but it's hard to tell because the photo is muted, and so you don't see really good leg color there. But overall, that profile, he's a good bird. I wish the photo was better on him.
Which bird one was that one?
So the first one, very first one, he's first. That one. And then 4 is number 2.
Okay.
Make sure this one I can't reach you. Make sure I'm right.
3, 20.
Yeah, we got them all messed up.
So we had, this one was 4th and this one was 1st. That matters, or makes it easier. Whoa, if it makes it any easier.
4. I think I had that one wrong because I know he was first. That's the top one.
Okay.
That one was first. And then 4 down there. Yeah, the 4th bird is number 2.
4 being that bird on the end, correct?
Yeah, top row.
Okay.
5. So that next bird. Yep. And then 6, the one next to him.
Okay.
And then the one that was second in the top row was 5th.
There we go.
Yep.
Sounds good. Someone asked, did we get to Saramas yet? Saramas are at the end of the class. Oh, yeah, there's a whole lot of them.
They're coming.
On to Rhode Island Red females.
And so that first one is first.
Okay.
7 is 2.
There's 5 in the top row, so 7 is going to be right there. Okay.
The 5th one is 3rd.
Okay.
Number 3 is 4th. And 6th is 5th.
Okay. Does that look about right?
Yep.
Make it look nice and pretty. And then
So this is one it's because of your lighting, how you get that, but you get lacing on these. And so there's a lot of things that, and the glossiness, that all has something to do with that. Picture taking, but I really like the rectangular body and the depth and width of that first one. There does look to be, and I'm writing this off, but there does look to be right above her leg area there a white spot. And I've never seen a white spot there before in a Rhode Island Red, but I ain't saying that it isn't, but I'm marking that up as a blemish. And so I don't know that for sure, but I did see that. So if somebody catches that. Then we had wing carriage and beefiness and head, shorts in the back. They shouldn't look like a rock, which they tend to do. I think that 1, 2, 3 are, fourth one up there. She's getting a little rocky looking for me. Don't like that. The third one is a terrible photo, but giving her the benefit of the doubt. She's got the width and depth, I think, that I like, but just not quite sure how long she is. So she could have went a little higher if she was profiled on the side. Another thing I don't like on these is you get them really with beefy, coarse heads, and shouldn't be all coarse and beefy up there on that head. But sometimes that's all you have to work with. So decent class. I really like that male.
Okay, we're gonna move.
The best was the male, and the reserve was
You said best was male. Reserve was second male or female?
The second place male was reserve.
Okay. Someone said Rhode Island. Their Rhode Island Red was not on there. Let me look. I can pull up numbers really quick and double check that. So
yeah, because something isn't adding up on my. I know from what I have written down is not lined up with what we had. I don't think. So
and there was the thing we have with Myro is there was a couple people in the quail that had it too, and we had this last year. They have a size limit on how big the pictures can be to import it, which is why we have the size limitations on like our entry requirements. And so it doesn't like to tell us when it won't upload them, but it won't upload them. So they'll just show up as missing pictures. So let me pull it here. And usually if I catch them, what I do is I either will throw them on my own ahead of time, or if we don't catch it until after the fact, I send pictures after and we get at least feedback on it. So I had your number as 214, and I don't see any Rhode Island Red females in there. So if you can go ahead and send me a picture of that photo, and I will see if I got it. It's possible it was disqualified for something. And if they're disqualified, I tried to send emails out if it was that one of those rush times where I got like several hundred pictures in a night. I didn't get all emails out for disqualified, but I tried to get almost all of them. So send me a message. We'll move on and come back to it if it should have been in there and wasn't.
And I did have something that, like the third photo in some, I'm not sure what breed it was blurred. There was like a photo, but there was nothing there, or there had been something at one time and then it wasn't. I don't know. But I don't know where that was at.
I was going to say, I can look. I was going to say, I've got several entries for the person in question. I've got 7 bantams entered that should be in there. So for this specific exhibitor. So we'll come back to it if it's in there and not, or if it's in the wrong spot, or if it didn't get entered in. For now, we'll move on to Phoenix. And I will pull up my Facebook quick and check the messages.
Okay, number 2 is first. Number 7 is second.
By numbers.
6 is
2 is first, 7. Are you counting that bird, that white bird on the far right as 5 or
So
as
the one, the brown,
okay? So
this
you're
one,
looking
that one, nope.
Nope. That one.
Yep, that one,
Okay.
just a second.
Okay.
And then the other white one down there is fourth, third,
Third.
right?
Okay.
Third. 8, which I think is the other white one.
Okay.
Down there is fourth.
Okay.
And then I guess I just quit on them. I only have 4. So put those photos down there. One of those silvers, I think, was
It looks like we've got 2 silvers that are the same. So you got a silver, looks like a gold maybe, and then a white.
So the female there is, she'd be 5th. The silver
Okay.
female. The male's just too rough down there. Probably not terrible if he was in good condition. It has some things about him for being a phoenix. And so you have to. Here's a one that there's only so many. There's a lot more colors shown than what are in the standard, so you have to be mindful of that. But I think that the top female, that white female, is very, very nice, in my opinion. Like to see a little more fan and curve to that tail back there in the back, but got a lot of. They should have lots of multiple feathers, like double what everything else should have back there, and so she has that. And that next one I think does too. Photo not the best, but then you can see it runs out on by the time you get to that third white one. You don't have near as much of that back there in that tail. The tail's not near as long and shaped quite.
So
nicely.
there was 2 white hens that were a double picture. So the
Okay.
3rd and 4th were the same.
Same
So I've
picture,
got,
yeah.
Yep, I've got 4th as that silver. Which bird would you have for 5th?
And so the male down there would be 5th. The other one, I question whether it's probably a hatchery phoenix. I don't know, but it's not correct for a phoenix. It would have been DQ'd. Looks like it has red lobes or turquoise.
Okay, and let me.
Okay.
Yep, I'm grabbing the number from it, and then trying to get. We'll go on to Nankins because there's quite a few of those.
Quite a few, and man, are they all over the place. Whatever you want, we have in this particular class. So I just tried to put them in where I like them to look like. And so number 4 was first. Now, female, I think, while not perfect, I think just closest to that. So in person judging, she's first. Number 1, male, is second.
Okay.
Number 6 is third.
Okay.
Number
That's
3,
the male, right? Not the rooster?
Yep.
Or not the female?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Number 3, female, I think up the top is
Okay.
4th. And 9, I think the last male on the bottom down there is 5th.
Okay.
The third guy down on the bottom row, what color legs does he have?
Looks like
Yellow. So
yeah.
So he's a DQ. That's wrong leg color for that particular breed. The first one is just way too beefy in the comb, way too much comb, and really not balanced. Just really jaggedy. Probably could use it. I mean, I would definitely put him like on the female, the last female on the bottom row, or number 4 female that we used. You could use him because he has some good qualities, I think, for a Nankin, but just too jaggedy for me to use today. And that other 2 females, the one, she looks like she's a weak in Old English or something, really doesn't quite fit in as a Nankin, and the other one not quite correct in the back line either. I had a really good one at, was it Portage or Cooley? Did we have one there?
I don't
Someplace
think
I used
there was any at Cooley.
Maybe it was Missouri State Poultry. Someplace this spring I used a Nankin for a reserve of Simcoe clean eggs. So they're working on them. Work in progress. So that's why you still see lots of differences there. But historical breed that people have been working on. I'm proud of them. Now we're up to the Seramas.
Yeah, a whole bunch. So the way we broke it up for this one, because Serama colors get a little crazy, anything that looked like it was close to a recognized color got into recognized best of breed. We didn't separate it by sex. We could have. And then anything that we couldn't figure out what color it was or didn't look similar enough to a recognized color got put in any other. And I just pulled APA, so I've got white, black, and I believe Exchequer is also recognized. It's recognized by either APA or ABA. I don't remember which one.
So we're going to throw the middle. She's in the middle row there. That little gal, we're just going to throw her down in the bottom there. She has all kinds of issues, but she would be DQ'd under multiple instances there. She's got the wrong face color, earlobe color, all kinds of leg color. So she's out on lots of different reasons, and she messes my counting up. So I put her down at the end. I think the rest of them should be okay there.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this, and they're all over the place. This is just how I seen them today. I mean, I really like that 6 bird. He's a white, silky frizzled thing. I just thought he was pretty good. It's not the best photo, but lots of things to like about that bird, in my opinion.
Are you putting him in first or just talking?
So he's first. Yep, nope, he's first. And then the model female, who's the 3rd photo there,
Yep.
is second.
Okay.
She was my original class winner, but you really get to picking her out. Then she gets a little more. She's not really modeled. She's more. See how the whites are all white and the blacks are black, and the modeled is black with a spangle on the end. A tip of white. And so we're not getting that. She's what I would call, more Exchequer than that. So I guess is that what they recognized? I don't know. But leg color on her was what killed her. It looked a little greeny yellow to me. And so you got to have yellow legs if that's what she's going to be. Not green. Green doesn't count. I know you people are working on that, but it will take years to eliminate all that. So number 1, that black male was 3rd.
So that black male got 3rd.
That's a question. He wanted to. His tail is not straight back there in the back. I don't think he's quite right tail. I think he was hitting on the back of his head there and pushed it over, I hope. But had some questions there. 10 was 4th.
Oh boy, which one was 10th? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Are you looking at that Exchequer male facing the right on the bottom?
But, yeah,
I'm guessing it's either the black one or the exchequer one there.
I think it was the black one. Yeah,
Okay.
It's not that extra one. It's that one. Yeah.
Okay.
And then 7. I think that is a white one, maybe.
There is, I'm looking at that white one up top.
Yeah,
Dark
that's
chrome.
him.
Okay.
Dark.
Let's make these a little bit nicer there. So I can at least see all of the birds.
And I love that little white male. He's the fourth one down there in the ones that we didn't place. He's got a great front. I mean, to me, that's what, when you talk Sarama and you watch their tabletop shows, that's what you like to see. I mean, that's what they like, I think. But he's not finished in the tail there yet. So if he had his tail all in, he probably would have went higher. But I really like his stance there.
Okay. Going on to unrecognized males. And that is, there's a whole lot of them, and I don't think you got a chance to see those ahead of time. So.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
I think number 3, that's the blue one. Yep. I went back and did that after you brought all of them up. 3 was first. 17 was second.
Oh boy, shoot. I'm going to undo some things because I think I reorganized it. Okay. 3 was first. 17. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Little guy.
That's him.
Yep.
Not the best. Not the too far back in the photo, but if you blow him up, he's got some things I like. 4 is third.
Okay.
6 is fourth.
So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Little red guy, black and red. There's 2 of them right there.
No, that's the right one.
Okay.
And then 16.
Should have been this one.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
So I tried to have, I think all of them had yellow legs. We want to keep that in the theme of things if that's going to be a breed characteristic, and I think that is. So then all of those did, whether they're whatever color you want to make them, it doesn't make any difference, but they still should have yellow legs, red lobes, all that good stuff. But I think all those are pretty similar. Rest of them, either long in the back, didn't have yellow legs or condition issues.
Okay, going on to unrecognized males. This one, you may have to jump a little bit for unrecognized females. Let me see if we can pull out of there and find it. Because I threw one up there, but the question is where it ended up. Right here. Okay.
Well, I judged them.
I was going to say, they're on there. I know they are. The question, it just put it out of order a little bit.
6 is first. 10 is second.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
14 is third.
10. Okay.
7 is fourth.
Okay.
And 3 is fifth.
Okay. So that should look about right.
Yep. That's it.
Okay. Do you want to give a little bit of reasoning? I'm checking on with the one exhibitor on that Rhode Island and other.
She could tell me. She could tell me if she has any questions. I mean, there was some other ones in there. Just the back lines aren't quite right. Condition, a little they're just not quite as nice looking. We gotta have condition along with type and all that. It doesn't make any difference. You can make. There's lots of frizzled ones out there, and even the silky ones, so that it kind of makes it difficult when you do that. They're a little too long in the legs, some of them, and of course, again, leg color, even in the unrecognized, I think need to be yellow, and so just I think most of those up there in that top row should look pretty. They're not perfectly the same, but they're pretty close to the same. That third one's a little different. Fifth, she had yellow legs, which helped her. She's probably too long in the leg. I don't like her length of leg, but I didn't think there was nothing else that I could beat her with.
Okay, so I missed comments on here while I was jumping all over a little bit, but we've got someone saying someone in the unrecognized male was a Japanese bantam instead of a Sarama. Looks like
there was some DQs in there, I think. Not that I placed.
I'm gonna say, are the Japanese bantam? I'm guessing it's gonna be this bird right here.
Yeah.
Yep. From the looks of it, I believe Sarama was one. Let me double check the open form. But yes, so Sarama was a separate class here. So when you entered it, you could separate by breed. So your options were Plymouth Rock, Sarama, Ohiki, or any other single comb clean legged. I based that off of this. So this was actually entered as a Sarama. It was not entered as a Japanese. So I'm going to leave it in here just because it's entered, and like that's how it was entered. Had it been entered in any other single comb, it could have been placed as a Japanese. I think we have a slide for Japanese. The other thing we had, Sarama APA only has white accepted, and I'm looking that up now. Yep, only has white, but the ABA has white, black, checker, splash, blue, ginger, red. So it does look like there would be some unrecognized that would make it to recognize then. How would you like to sort that one out? We can either put.
I thought black and white were both in APA for sure, and they should have. See, I don't understand that. If you're going to get them in one, why in the world don't you do it for both of them? So then I get confused too because I don't have my new terrible standard in here. I don't know what I've done with that. But,
according to the website, it's not. I was thinking white, black, and a checker when I was putting that together.
I thought for sure black and white was, but if not, there's been some problems in a couple of shows, I think, for champions. But there's other issues as we have some of that. Is obviously this would be more ABA. I don't know what your rules said, but there are lots of colors that are recognized in ABA that are not recognized in APA. And we've seen that in the Phoenix. Obviously the Saramas, but Old English. I mean, there's lots more in ABA than there is in, like Blue Wheaton is not in the APA. And so that runs into problems, I know, at shows because a lot of times I'll use Blue Wheaton, but that is not in the APA, so you have to pick a different bird if you use one of them. So if that's the case today and we run into that situation, we can work on that later. I don't think there was any problems for championships.
I was gonna say, would you put any of the ginger ones and the unrecognized over your
No,
white
I didn't.
or
No,
okay.
no.
Okay.
No, I just did it.
Yep. And in general, it's up either APA or ABA, whatever you prefer. And I'm kind of leaving it up to judges' discretion for both youth and open on that. I did clear up with the one exhibitor. The Rhode Island Red was not submitted, so
Okay.
it's not missed at all. Like it didn't get put in there because it wasn't sent in time.
Okay.
So on to Orpingtons.
Okay. Orpingtons 3 is first. 2 is second. 5th is third. 1 is fourth, and 4th is 5th.
Okay. Because I know I'm gonna get the question later. Is there a reason we put for that? What's the reason for the order?
Well, one is by far the best type bird. I mean, he's got the best over the back line. The female, I don't like her back line. She's got balance issues, but so does it number 3. And then I'm assuming if you blow that up, that's one of them chocolates. I'm assuming.
Yep.
And so he's got some splotchiness going on, and the front 2/3 pretty good. The back third not as good. And the wings need to be up a little bit. And if you look at his leg color, what leg color is that?
Looking like that 4th place bird has some black legs. The 3rd place bird has yellow or blue.
Which I just seen that now. So he's out. I didn't get that first time. I just now seen that. Can't be an Orpington with yellow legs.
Do you think that'd be
And
from
so-
a wind-up cross, or what would cause the yellow legs in there?
I'm assuming, to get they put chocolate Wyandotte in them, I would say, yeah. So, work in progress. The third place male up there, you can see his back line. That's not Orpington type at all. He's way too much leg there, not enough body depth, and his tail angle. He couldn't even make a good ostrich. So, I'm not quite sure what's shooting for there, but got to have a lot more body for an Orp. And the splash female down there, again, just needs a lot more body to her, a lot more different types of curves and angles for an Orpington.
Okay. On to, here's where the Sarama unrecognized females ended up. We had someone ask, will there be best of breed for Saramas? Best of breed was only for the recognized colors, so it was that very first slide.
Yep, those first 2 were best reserve.
Do you have a best unrecognized between the males and the females? Top female being this blue, top male being another blue bird.
I like that silky male best.
Between the unrecognized. So silky male was.
What? Oh well, he was in. Oh, that's right, he was in it. Now I don't remember. So that. What's that blue one?
There's 2 blue, so there's a blue male here, and there's a blue female in recognized. I can put the 2 side by side.
I like her.
Okay.
Better. Her
Good.
back line's better.
Then I'll put that in, and then best overall would be that white.
Yeah.
All right. On to any other breed single comb clean legged.
Okay. First is 7, the model Jap female.
Okay.
Second is the Barnvelder male. He's the 4th photo at the top.
Yep.
That is a really nice bird. And probably I did not do. I mean, if I could have handled him and seen if he was really that good, because I've never seen one that good. That's a good bird, I think. 3 that's the black-tailed white chap is 3rd. And the model right next to him is 2nd. And yeah, I think that New Hampshire pullet up the top is 5th. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So when you're judging different breeds all together in classes like this, it makes it kind of difficult. And so, my favorite one up there is probably I really like that bird builder, but the Jap, the best Jap I think is probably that 4th place bird. Just got a beautiful sheen to him, but I'm sure if you look up on his front, I'm pretty sure he's modeled and not black, but I can't guarantee that because the photo isn't clear. And so I hate to do that to it, but I just can't see enough on that. And there's, there looks like some issues there going on in that color if it's black. And so I just wasn't for sure. And so then I didn't put him any higher. And I had a concern up there on the back of his blade on his comb. Looked a little suspect there. So, but really nice body on him and a beautiful sheen. Good width and depth. And you see the white-tailed one right next to him doesn't have near that kind of depth and breadth, but the top female, she does. I wish that darn feather didn't have that little screwball thing going on right there. That could be fixed. They could have did that to her when they set her down. It wasn't quite right. It's like when I throw a bird in and they get their wing all jammed up, and it's not right, and it drives me crazy. So I have to fix it. And that one there, that could be fixed. But that's a nice female, except when you get to her modeling, not quite as good. And so that hurt her for championship in this class because I really considered her hard as one of the top 2 birds, but had some issues with her modeling. Could be just a bit better. So that was that. And our top.
Best single comb clean light.
What? Anybody guess what I like the best? That Leghorn.
The Leghorn.
The Leghorn's number 1. And the Rhode Island Red was reserve.
Okay. Looks about right. Do you want to take a break going into it's a decent spot for a break if you want to. Otherwise, I'm good to keep going.
I'll go get a drink.
Yeah, we'll take a quick 10-minute break. Be back around 3 o'clock.
With a kid.
Let me pull up Let me pull up a 10-minute timer. 10 minutes this time. And I'll throw on music for you. Oh, where's my countdown timer that I normally use? There we go. Okay. We'll be back in 10 minutes. All right, jumping back in. Let me turn the music down. Okay. So we should be on row all other comb clean-legged. There's a couple comments on there. Toyota ad, I do have zero control over advertisements on YouTube. I don't get paid for YouTube or through YouTube or for any of my social media accounts, so they get to decide when they run ads, and they don't really control that at all. I don't control that at all. I didn't catch any comments on the white naked neck. Old English games in general are last on the list. So we go through all their comb, clean-legged, then feather-legged, then games, and then silver lace bantams. I will look into the silver lace bantams. But we'll start all other comb, clean-legged Cornish. Well, I double check the silver lace there.
See that in third place? Was it just a gray area? I don't know what that.
I do.
I probably did it.
I don't know what that's from. I can look in and see who the exhibitor is, and I think it's the same exhibitor that sent in most of these. So let me look here. Open Bantam. This is all other comb clean-legged Cornish. Let's see which one we don't have on here and see if it lines up at all. So we've got this bird in there. So you guys can't see it right now, but what I'm doing is basically going through the Google Drive photo individually, and they can.
I thought when I originally looked at that, there was another male in there, but maybe not.
It's also possible. I think I found it. To open in a new page. That's not it. Okay. Okay, I can get it thrown in there. I'm guessing you're going to want to see this one too. It's a cockbird.
Well, I thought it was a male.
Let me stop presenting. Not sure why it grayed out like that, but this is what it should look like. Okay. And I can double check the rest of them just to make sure we're not missing any in that, but I don't think we are. if you want to go ahead and start judging them, I can start.
Well, that's probably why, because I liked him. So he's got that good pearl eye. He's a little longer in his back, which I like. I don't like him so short. So see, that makes sense now. But what I couldn't tell on him was seeing and didn't thought his tail was a little whipsy there. So I did use one because I judged these very first thing, I think, and then when I came back, it wasn't there. So I have 8.
So you had, I was going to say, you're looking
So
at that one for first or a different one?
One is first.
Okay.
That so that the last photo on the bottom is second.
Okay.
That female, and then we'll go that male would be third.
Okay.
Then the female,
The lighter blue background or the darker blue background?
it would have been this one. You can't see that, but it's so it would have been. I have 6, but it's now 7. Right? It would have been 7. That's one. Yep. And then was there a female up there on that top row that we hadn't used?
There's 2 of them on the top row, a light blue and a dark blue background. Well, they're both light blue. One is just a little bit paler.
There was the first female in the bottom row would be 5th.
Okay.
She was that I had in there. Pretty darn nice class of Cornish. I mean, you can pick these apart, but when you're only able to look at photos, it's a lot different than handling them. So I still like a pearl eye on my Cornish. There's some. I really love that big eye on that middle one down there on the bottom that I didn't use. Just thought she had a little more color issues. The one that's in the blue box is a really nice bird, but you just can't see the detail on her double lacing there. She looks a little dark, pretty young yet, but some really nice birds. I really like that male.
Okay. On to best of variety, white-capped black Polish.
Okay, 8 was first.
Okay. There was 6 on the top row. 8 would have been this female here.
That's correct. And the one right next to her down there on the bottom, 7, is second.
Okay.
2 is third. 1 is fourth. And 4 is 5th.
4 is frizzle, correct?
Should be after the male up there on the top row.
Okay. There we go.
That one, yeah. Mm-hmm. And so,
Any comments on the Polish in general? Just why you placed them the way you did, where they went.
well, I think the first one is just the most complete with the nicest lines to her. Maybe doesn't have the body that I'd like to see on them. The Polish should have some body to them, and we often overlook that. Um, Not that they should be huge, but if you see the difference between 1 and 3, see the body on 3 a little too much, but I'd like to give 1 a little more. 2 doesn't have the depth of body, got plenty of length, but not the depth. And you can see 4 down there, it's got lots of depth, but not quite as much length. And you couldn't see the front of her head. And looked like she had, just wasn't quite as good a condition. But decent class. I mean, I don't like them overly done in the crest, and I thought they were all pretty decent. But the one I thought had a really nice crest when you looked at her wings up where they should be, tail up where it should be. Just like to see a little more front on her to make her really good.
Okay. On to all of their Oh, there should be one more in there,
Yep.
I believe. Looks like it's a little bit out of order. We're going to jump. There's best of breed. There should still have one more Polish yet in there.
One more Polish in there.
Let me go back to our Polish. It might just be the heading is off here. Yep. Okay. It should be.
There was a chocolate. Yeah. So this was kind of a difficult class for me. Nothing really spectacular there, although I do kind of like that number 3 male. And I'm sure they're working on some color, but I don't know what it is. So I went ahead and used the white one. Number 2 is first. Then I used the male next to it for second. Number 3. The chocolate down on the end is 5th. Really liked her, but her crest looks a little, it's not pure white. It doesn't look like, and she's got that mottledy look for a chocolate. But I really like her body. There's a good body for a Polish, I think. Leg placement is not good on her, though. Polish have a lot of problem with that. And 4th is silver laced. And that one up.
All right. And then on to best Polish.
So the 2 best Polish were the white crested.
Okay. And then makes it pretty easy. Going on to all other comb. Oh, we should have Americanas in here.
Yeah, there's a big class of Americans all together.
Yep.
And in that one, so the 13. And I think we counted
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yep, that white one.
10, 11, 12. That white, really bright white one.
Yep, that one. Yep, he's first.
Okay.
And third photo is second. So I think that's
Wheaton.
that one. Yep. And 9 was third.
3. Oh, you said okay. You said second photo or third photo was second? Third.
Third photo was second. The ninth photo is third. That can't be right.
I was gonna say that
It's
does
that one
not
on the
look right.
bottom. It's one on the bottom row. That
You think you have a black one on the bottom?
there's a Wheaton. No.
Okay. The blue Wheaton.
Yeah. Blue Wheaton. Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Yeah. I'm sorry. Back up. I'm reading the wrong column. That's why it's not matching up.
I was not gonna say anything, but
Thank you. The other white male is second.
Okay,
Down
so
there,
we've
that
got
bottom row, right next, that one's first. Then the other white male next to it is second. Then the white female that was up on top is third.
okay. I'll grab the right one there. Okay.
10. That's that blue Wheaton, I think. Is it? The one down on the bottom. 10 is fourth.
And then you're looking at that blue or that Wheaton down on the bottom. That one.
And then fifth was number 5, which it should be that one, I think. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so class here again, I really like the first one. I mean, I think that's a good profile pic of what Americana should look like. The other one, you can't see his profile as well because he's not, he's angled rather than straight across, so you can't really tell exactly what he is, but I don't think he's quite as long in the back. The female, I'd like to see her tail up a little bit. None of the females have the right look for him, what I'm looking for Americana. Particularly either we need more back, and some of them condition wise was in some of them. A lot of them are the tail comes out at a low angle and it needs to be higher with a different spread to it. The blacks were just not very good condition, not very good photos, so kind of hurt them. Definitely did not like the males. There was a female in there. It's not too bad. It looked like she had a black face.
Gonna go ahead quick. We might be missing a blue or a lavender or self blue Americana rooster. Double checking the entry form quick to see if we got it in on time. But until then, we can move on to your.
Yeah, we had AOV. Yeah.
Yeah, we still have one in there. These are a little bit out of order here. Where are we going? There we go.
Koshebo, the Ko's.
Yep, and the Arucanas and Sumatras.
Yep. So first is that first picture, Ko. And then the third picture is second, the other Ko.
Okay.
And then ninth, which I think is the black Sumatra down there, is third.
Okay.
Sixth photo is fourth.
The one with the loose wing? Wheaton?
That was sixth one. That's why I had out.
Okay.
Or that other bank. Yeah. And eight was that other Ko. Would that be the other Ko in there? So the Aracanas, I really liked that male. There was a male on the top row.
Yep.
I really kind of liked him. He had beautiful lacing up on the front. If we could give the lacing to the female like that, we could have did a little more with him. But he's got, that's a big, that's the problem in blues. He's got that rust color there down in the lower part of his hackle. You can see that browny rust. It's not blue, and so that killed him. Then the other Ko was out of condition. The Sumatra, just not quite the right type there. It's hard to get them to pose good, but if you could have got the second one to pose better, he's probably the better bird, in my opinion. But the other one is posed better, so you get more points there. But a pretty nice Koshimo there for that class.
Okay. We did miss one Americana. I just threw it in there, so we'll go back to that. And then we've got any other. I'm trying to figure it out. Should be. Let's see if this is where it made it. There we go. It'll be this blue, South Blue Americana here on the bottom.
Yeah, no, he's not going to be nothing.
Okay. And then let me take a second to get the names.
He's too narrow. He's too narrow. Got to have some width to him. Not the right leg placement.
And then best any other with that Koshamo. Working on there, trying to juggle the different.
Yeah, it boils down to the best and reserve ALCCL are the two Cornish.
Okay, I'll pull both of them easy. That makes it easy on my end. I believe I already pulled the male, so I think the female will be right there then. Okay. Did you have any other in particular you wanted to mention on best AOCCL? I'll put the top from each one.
I just think the port, that's a really nice white Americana. I really like that bird. Nothing wrong with him other than what I know from when I judge a lot of them have feet and leg problems, and he looks to have a weak leg. If you'll notice how that one leg wants to point out a little bit to the right, that first leg. And that faulted him a little bit for my championship. And I just did the I really like it. But there again, just the pose on him was not.
Okay.
The best, I think. And I thought his back line was not quite right. But yeah, 4 or 5. I mean, all those are very good representations of the breed. But I think them two Cornish are just really nice.
Someone was saying that one of the any others is a Malay. If that changes how you're judging.
No, I know. That one's a Malay that I didn't place. He just rough.
So the reason
top one?
Yeah,
top
no.
Ones?
I was gonna say
they both got strawberry comb, don't they?
Yep. So the thing is with this one is it's in all other breeds, all other comb clean legs. And I know some people jumped in now and they may not have seen it before or heard it earlier, but we have the 5 is what we went by. So if there's more than 5 of a breed, it was able to get judged on its own slide. If there was not, and then same with variety, same with sex. So for this one, there was not 5 Koshamos, so it got separated. It got put into all other. Same with the Malay. There wasn't 5 Malays, so they got put in the all other. Sumatras, Araucana.
And I may have said that, but I judged him as a Malay.
And then again, for anyone tuning in now, Mr. Bartz has been able to look this over a few days in advance. So this isn't his first time seeing these birds. He already knows how he has them placed. So nothing here is extremely new. 700 birds at once would have been. We would have been here a long time, and it would have taken. It just would have been too much. So
I got them all placed. It still takes a long time.
Yeah, and then
I could have had the photo. I should have had the photos changed for you, but I am
No,
technically challenged. And
no.
it was going to take me a lot. She does that, and it makes my head spin. So I was going to say thank you for doing that because it was driving me crazy.
Yeah.
She's got a clicker. I don't have a clicker. I just
A
have
little.
a pad on my laptop, and it just don't work.
Nope. It's like trying to do this on your phone. It just.
Yeah, don't work.
Yeah.
Don't work.
We do have a
Okay.
question. Why the first place Koshamo over the second place Koshamo?
That stanchion, in my opinion, I just looked like an awkward pose. You can see how his feet, they're not flat on the ground. And I said that in my comments. I think he probably is the better bird. He's got the better back to him, thicker neck, probably not quite as good a condition as the first one. But you get, if I am correct, I thought they get stanchion points. So how they stand is important.
Okay. On to, we went through AOCCL and we're on to feather legs. So this is the giant class.
Woo!
Yeah,
Lots.
This one is buff. We'll start with buff Brahma. I believe we were supposed to start with satins, but I can jump around a little bit here. So we'll start with buff Brahmas, females. And these, I believe, they look like they're already marked, so I can move them
Good.
around too.
I don't have them written down. So yeah, this is one I did do on. That's the only way I knew how to do them. I can put the things on there. So, yeah. So obviously the best variety, that was first. Second, just a lot of color issues there. There wasn't quite anything that I was just overly enamored with in this class in the Brahmas period.
I was going to say you should have seen our large fowl open. I want to say we had over 50 large fowl Brahma entered.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. There was a lot of non-standard varieties.
Yep.
We had an add-on award
Parkway,
for that. So, yeah. What's this one? Let me write down the name really quick. And hopefully it's in order. Yep, there we go. Males are next.
Yep. Definitely did not like that class. That was my first place one there. I don't like his tail at all. And then we run into just choppy. They're just all choppy. Young. Beefy. Color.
That did some weird things. And then, did we pull already for our best Brahma slide? I'm not sure here. Let me look.
There's that female.
Yeah. Okay. Makes it easier. Yep. Both females took first and second, and I'll pull the two males so they're at least on there for recognition. Names there. I think it's the same exhibitor for both, and I believe I know who that exhibitor is. So, moving on to light Brahmas, females.
And so if you read in your standard, it says, that head is all important in these. And so many of these had what I call sissy heads. Just not enough skull to them. That first one's got a skull. Maybe a little, she's not as clean white and probably too big if you weighed her. I mean, she's got a lot of depth and to her. I'd like to see a little more. I like a little leg there. Brahma should have a little leg to them. They shouldn't be squatty. Um, and so I like the leg in the second one a little better, but um, it's a
Okay.
challenge. That was a challenging class. Another one, she looked really pretty. This that second one down there on the bottom row now. If you'll see, she's got a nice lines to her, but they're not correct for a Brahma. So she looked more Wyandotte or something back there, and that tail is not correct, and how she's all put together there. So I didn't like her as well. She looks nice from photo, but not correct for the breed.
And then for this, did you have two more to place for fourth and fifth, or did you just
Well,
want to leave?
I think I was coming back to that one, and then the one I had blind eye showing and rust in the hackle, so that put her out. So did I just have 3? Is that what I had?
Yes, you just had 3 listed.
And so the next 2 would be the second photo up there, the ones we haven't placed.
Okay.
Yep, and then the one right next to her would be 5th.
Like that?
Yep.
Okay.
And that's not a good photo of that second bird on the bottom row. So the photo killed her, I think. Just kind of a little sideways or something. The tail looks leaned over. The last one down there has some color issues back there in the back, smut.
Okay. Moving on to the males. Yep. I think it's wanting to be a little low. Hopefully it's not something on my end here. Let's do this. It's going to be... There we go. Males. Just 3 of them in here.
Yeah. So you can tell that vulture hawks and that first one, see where his wing is, and then you can see that stiff feathers right below that. So that's a DQ. And then that next one, it just got way too much short in the back and black, smutty. The other one needs better lacing. The first place male needs better lacing back there in his saddle. Shouldn't have those little black flecks going back there in the back either. If it's more than 15%, that's a DQ. And he could have vulture hawk. Or no, let's see, that's where one did have vulture hawks. I'm sorry. So I was looking at him. The first place one, tail's a little pinched, little not quite placed right, head's hanging down, which a lot of Brahmas tend to do. Just not overly enamored with those.
Okay. We can move on to the best light Brahmas. The female took first here.
The 2 best ones, I think, I picked were the 2 buffs. And
This is the best light Brahma.
Yeah, it's 2 feet. The 2 females were the best.
Okay. And then we have any other variety.
Yeah. He's not got a great Brahma body. Tail's too pinched, not correct. Narrow over the top and over the back, not enough length there, and just out of proportion.
Okay. And then
Color
we've got,
issues.
I believe, best of breed.
Yeah, and the two best I used were the two buffs.
Okay. And then I'll put that down. On to Cochins, I think. And this one looks like it's going to be a little bit out of order. We started, let's do. I have white on my list. We kind of jumped over Satan's and Duclay's.
We had
Back there.
AOV Cochins. Yeah. Okay. So then whites.
Yep.
So the third one up there, I think, is a large fowl. It doesn't look to be bantam. Comparing
It was
cage
entered
size.
as bantam, but
I'm
would make
not
it
saying it wasn't. I'm just saying that it doesn't look like a 6A. So up in the top row, that's this one down here in the. That's not a Cochin. It looked more like a silky or something. I think if you blow that up, there's some other things going on there. Yeah, got top knot and blue face and all kinds of things. So not Cochin. So that took care of that. So then number one is number one. Got the female. And then 5B, which is another female down there at the bottom, is second. 4B, female right next to her, is third. 5A. Is that
female again?
And 4A, male next to her.
Okay.
No. I think it was the one that's in the.
Looking in the dandelion patch there.
4A. So it was in the top row to begin with. I think it was that. This one, yeah. Yep.
Okay. Let me make that. There we go. Moving on to black. We should have. Yes. Black males.
2. Oh my gosh, how do we do that? So 2B.
Okay.
That one is first. 3A.
Okay.
Nope. I think I followed the letters or the numbers up. So I think it's that one. This. Yep.
Okay.
5A. So that was that one. Yep.
Okay.
And 5B, which is right below it down there, and 1A.
Does that look about right? Oh, whatever that.
I think so. Yeah.
Stop. Okay.
Yep.
And then, if you want to give a little bit of reasoning quick, while I pull the numbers.
The top two I really like. And it's hard to. The photo on 2 is not. Shows a little more of that nice black glossiness, but I can't tell his true width the way the photo is. And again, I like him with a little more leg than he has. Number one probably has too much leg. And I don't remember my reasoning now on that, but I looked at them a lot, and there was something I just couldn't see. It was blurry on that second one, and just had some questions there.
Okay.
Slopes off a little too quick there in the rump. I mean, neither
Because I can blow them up too.
pretty close in between them two. There wasn't much difference. Uh, um, then the other one just he really cuts off at the back a little too long over the back line. His balance is off. So then we really went down after those first two, but a decent class, I thought. Nice males.
Okay. On to females.
Yeah, we really had some nice ones. So 2A is first.
Okay. 2A.
1B is second. 1A is third. 5A, nope, 6A. 6A is fourth. 3A is fifth.
Okay.
I even placed 6-5A. There's so many good ones there, I think.
I say we can make it an honorable
I had-
mention. Okay. And then I will pull those and move over to Best of Variety Black right away. Again, people, if you've got questions, throw them down in the comments and we'll get them answered. But
both the females are best of breed, best variety, and reserve variety.
okay, so Best of Variety, Reserve. And then we went to Blues.
4A is first.
Okay.
5A is second. 2B is third. 1A is fourth. And 5B is fifth, and that's a really dark pick. The other one's just young and definitely not coaching type.
Okay.
And that
Here are numbers.
that fifth one, I really like that bird, but there again, this is blue, and so I need to be able to see that hackle because it always, not always, but a high tendency to have red in there, and so I could not see that on that, and so that made me question that.
Okay.
Yep.
On to models. Just enough models here to make it onto the list.
4A.
Okay.
Number 2 is 2. 3 is third. Let's see, 4A, 2, and 3 is female is third. 1 is fourth, and the frizzle is fifth.
Okay.
One thing, I mean, I know the photos can sometimes do that, but eye color, it's supposed to be reddish bay on all them, and so really dark eye on that first one, and then not correct in some of the other ones either, as far as what they're showing. And I don't know what that feather is that's sticking up back there on her is. I'm assuming she was going into a molt, so looks like she Pocahontas there with her headdress on.
Okay. On to Buff.
1 is 1. 2 is 2. 4 is third, and then that one is a large foul, I think. That last one.
Okay.
Really nice color on that top one. I wish his tail was a little more spread there. He gets a little pinched going into that. The second one, he's not in as good a condition. The wings not quite as high as that one. And the female, too, just a little rougher in her condition over the back. But she's got some nice round shape to her. Just looked like she's a little lighter in her color there in the back. You couldn't really tell for sure, but definitely some nice curves to her. The first one, I like him to look because he's got beautiful buff color, which is a really good photo, and you can see he's with the body there in the front. Don't know if that's the best pose or not for him. He'd probably get a little better. And there you talk about a red eye. He's got a red eye.
Okay, going into, we have to go back a little bit to all other variety males.
White frizzle one, he first, number 6.
Okay.
The number 1, Millie, first photo is number 2.
Okay.
Number 7 photo is a Bard, he's third. And the number 2 photo, that's a Bard, is fourth. And number 3 photo is a Splash, was fifth.
Okay. That should be right there. Make these just a little smaller, make it look pretty. And then, any comments quick before we move to females?
I mean, there were some photo qualities there. The Bard's a little choppy, not great photos. The Millie liked him, except down there on the wing, you can see, I'm sure if he folded that wing out, he's going to have multiple white feathers in his primaries there. But pretty nice type bird for a really hard color on them. The frizzle, I just like that bird. I tell you, pretty darn good for a frizzle. Got nice curve to him. Maybe too small. I don't know that for sure, but it's hard to tell in those photos. A lot of times the males are too big. We just had some color issues on the splashes and type, tails, condition.
All right.
That one down there, that Millie down on the end, he looked awful big too. He looks like he was a large fowl to me.
On to all other variety females.
Number 1 was the Bard in number 1 position. Was there another Bard? Was there 2 Bards?
There's a Bard right next to her. Yep.
Yeah. So that other one, the second Bard is 2. This other Bard is 2.
Okay.
And the Birchen is third.
Okay.
And the silver.
The silver penciled or the bobtail?
Well, I don't remember that silver pencil even being in there, really. I did that other silvers and why I thought whatever they call it, um, silver blue, or that one.
Yep. Okay.
And, that one was. And then the frizzle male was DQ'd. I don't think that's right. I don't know what that DQ does not go on that bird. He was fit.
Okay.
That frizzle.
Okay. Does that look about how you had it?
That looks correct.
Okay. Any comments while I grab exhibitor
So
name?
the best in reserve of breed are on the 2 black females.
What about best any other?
I knew you was going to ask that.
Yeah.
But I
It's
wasn't ready for it.
between the white frizzle and the barred.
I'm going to give it to the Bard.
Okay. Makes it easy. That's the one I had written down. And then you said best overall.
Unless you want to throw the blue in there.
For the final?
Any other color. Or you're just doing that particular.
Just that particular one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then we should have best coaching somewhere. I need to pull the blacks yet, but
Yeah. The 2 blacks are the two tops.
okay. Let me throw those 2 on there. Yeah.
Yep.
On to Duclays was next. Porcelain.
$5B was. Oh, shoot, I lost you again. $5B was first.
Okay.
And I used the number probably at the top on these, I'd say. 5A was second. Is over here.
Over.
Yeah, put the first photo back.
Okay.
Yeah. So go over here to the fifth row. Down on the bottom.
Are you on Millie Fleur or porcelain?
Oh, I'm on porcelain. I used the numbers at the top on these instead of counting the pictures. So in this 5th row over here on the bottom, that's first. Yep.
Okay.
And then the one above her is second.
Okay.
The male is third. And the female is the right above her is fourth.
The one here?
Yep.
Okay.
And then the one right next to it, to the left there is, yep. Except The one in Fort, it was just a poor picture. She's probably better. She probably ought to be up in second, maybe, but I couldn't see her enough. She's too far in the background, needed to be brought up, and so I didn't. I discounted that because I couldn't see totally what's going on there. Male is not got enough front and pinched in the back and didn't carry the width. The two the same way. One just hands down wins that. I mean, she's pretty darn nice. So that was us.
Millie Floor females.
And a really nice class of birds here in the top ones. So the 12th photo is number 1.
So this will be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay.
And number 9 is second.
12, 11, 10, 9.
That's correct. And 8 is, and 13 is fourth. And 19 is fifth.
Okay.
And that is not something is out of kosher there. That
Yeah.
one, let's see. That one in the second row now, or I guess. Yep, that one. It needs to go up in second place, I think.
Okay. Do
Yep.
that. Do you want to bump the other 3 down?
And then, yep, move everything else down.
Does that look about right?
That looks better, yep.
Okay. Save for that one's supposed to be up there. There we go. Okay.
And,
On to, we should have males. There we go. Millie Floor males.
so third one in the top row is first.
Yeah.
Yep. And 1B, so that one down there, first one in the bottom row. And then 4A. Yep. And 4B. So that one. J. 2B. And 2B, so that must be this other one down here. Is fifth. That looks correct.
I've got a correction on my spelling here. There we go. All right, on to, let me pull these really quick. 276. And then we'll be on to Best Millie Floor. Same thing here. Okay. Best Millie Floor, or yeah, Duclay. Best Millie
Yeah,
Floor.
we had another class of these with models and something
Yep.
else. They were
This is just best of variety.
best variety of these was the 2 females.
Okay.
And those need switched. I don't. That's not correct. Those 2. That one is should
I
be
think
first.
let me look and see, make sure I've got it right on there. It might have just been how I put them in on this one. It was not. So originally
we had that goofed up from the beginning somehow.
Okay.
That one was. I know she was first.
Okay. I was gonna say, do I have the same? Yeah, I've got the same person written down. So
Okay. Okay.
and then
But the 2 females were the 2 best.
okay. Then we should be on any other variety, Duclay.
The model up there at the top, she's first.
Okay.
And the white one right next to her is second.
Okay.
And 12, there's another white one down there, the male down on the bottom. And 11, another mottled. Yep. And then the blue down there. Yep. That's correct.
All right. Let's just make these a little bit here. Any reasonings quick for those?
Just type nice, mottled, really nice type on her, I think. Tail, not quite right on the second one, but she's got a great front to her. Nice beard. Males a little narrows up a little bit there. Not quite as nice beard. You can't see the photo on the model quite as good. A little too overdone in the front, and the back line's not correct on the blue. And our other ones down there, just back lines and a little too narrow. Most of them. Condition.
Okay. Let me pull really quick the next person, and we should be best Duclay.
And then the best is the Millie, and the reserve is the mottled.
Okay. Do that. Moving on to silkies. So this one, full disclosure for people, silky colors get a little fun when you get picture taking. So we took our best guess on what some of the varieties were, and we took our best guess on whether they were male or female. So we all know how hard it is to judge silkies in person. This is 100% Ryan for being able to figure out which ones are male and female from pictures.
Yeah. So I picked number 3 as first and number 2 as second, and the rest of them all had issues of some sort. Color, the silking down there, and the one that has the feeder. They're still silking to me. It looked like a coaching with a top knot there. And same way kind of with that second one. And then we ran into some color, vulture hawks, and just our normal issues. The third one down there on the bottom is definitely not black.
We took our best guess, so if it needs to go in any other variety, we can move it to any other variety too. We'll throw it to AOV black, so it'll get judged.
They got judged.
Okay.
Not going to much help them. Females were a little better. 5A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Yep. First, 1B, Down on the bottom row, 4A is third, 3A is fourth, and 3B is fifth.
There we go. We'll make sure these are ordered nice. And then I think we've got best black. Let's see if it's on. Yep. Okay. So I will pull really quick. Ooh. There we go. 2 males and then 2 females. And it's going to be a little funky, but it's going to be okay. And then 2 females for that.
Well, the female is best and the male is reserve.
All right. And do you want to give a little bit of reasoning there while I grab names?
So they're just the back lines, I mean, nice round. It is supposed to be round. And so we had a lot of them too long in the back, down there silking, just all kinds of issues. But they need that nice front and go down over the back, short back with roundness. And so you want to try to keep that, and found that very hard to do in some of these. I thought she fit the bill the best. He's not overdone for a male and not terribly bad. He's a little more roundness and a little more silking. But our other female is way too long in the back.
Okay. On to white males.
One A is first.
Okay.
One right below him is second.
The one with the really pointed crest, or the one on top of a chicken coop?
No, the one on top of the chicken coop.
Okay. Okay.
Then it should have been the fifth one. So that would have been the top. And then the fourth one and the third one.
We didn't have 5 on the top there. So
Well,
fifth one and then fourth. Okay.
Let's count. Let's count photos in. I had 1A and 1B.
Yep. 1A, 1B.
Then I had the fifth photo, so that could have been down on the bottom row. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would have been 1A. Or no, 2. Oh, you had 1A, 2B. Okay. I think I know where you're going with that one. Does that look about right?
Yeah, except that one needs to be in there. That one needs to be the big front there is second.
Second? Okay.
Now, I don't know how I got my numbers there. Maybe I screwed that up.
And then are you thinking third?
And then that one, and then 20 top there. And then that's correct.
And then which one for fifth?
That one they're in the fifth position. That one. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The other two down there kind of have color issues. It's not quite as nice. Chopped tail.
Okay.
It's hard to get a good male silky. I'm sorry. and to get them to pose.
And then we've got white females.
Okay. 1A. That's her right there. She's first.
Makes it easy.
And now I must have just counted photos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yep. Second one from the last there.
Okay.
Yep. She's second. And the one right next to her is 13 is third.
Okay.
12 is, yep, and 6. Probably that one. No,
Are you thinking that one?
No, the one next to it, I think.
Okay.
That one, yeah. That's correct. And there's still some other good ones in there. I mean, there was just a lot going on there. There where your photos, made a difference. That's a really nice one down there on the bottom, but I can't see enough of her. She's too far back in the photo. The second one there from the last in the row that we didn't place, she looks to be fairly decent, but looking over her top instead of having a side profile, you can't see quite as much, I don't think, and the crest is overdone. I'm a big stickler on these crests when they're overdone and they can't see. If I wave my hand in the cage and they're squatty all the time, that bird can't see. They just sit on the corner. And I know the silky breeders tend to keep their, they're in cages all the time. And so that's what they do. They don't show good when they get in a cage. They sit a lot and don't have good stand. That one, see how she's out in grass there, and she's standing up good. She's got a good body to her. She's not overdone in the crest. I think she's pretty darn nice round lines. 2 gets to be maybe a little more overdone. 3 really overdone in the crest there. Nice body. It's just nitpicking between that. I mean, you can change a lot of them around, but some pretty nice females there, I think. And with me, if you can't take a silky out of the cage, you just forget it, because it's all in handling these birds. I can tear them apart after I pick them up. There's so many issues usually going on. So the good thing is we're only looking at photos today. Nice class. The 2 whites were the 2 best.
Okay,
Females.
going on to best of variety whites. And you said the 2 females?
2 females.
Okay. We will get 55 there. And then I believe we have any other. Oh, we have splash.
Splash, paint,
So,
and AOB.
Yep, we have splash and paint. I believe both were there.
Number 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, she's first.
Okay. And for this one, guys, again, it's hard to see in person. It's harder to see in a picture, and silkies are not my breed. So it's possible some splasher in his paint and his splash.
And she could be a blue. I mean, this one. I mean, but it looked like she did have some splashing going on. But
so you're going number 8.
8 is first. 5 is second.
Okay.
Third one is third. Nope. One next to it, I think. Is it? Nope. Oh, you're right. Third. And 6.
Thinking this one here, correct?
Well, yeah. And then 9. That's it.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Any comments there?
No, it's just really hard to tell. Uh, yeah, it's just so hard to tell from these photos. I mean, there's two more down there on that bottom row, and I questioned them. I think on them it was the splashiness issue, more of a silver pencil maybe or something. It looked like in the wing there was penciling or something rather than splashiness going on. And um, like I say, that first one I questioned too. So take this with a grain of salt because I thought that is so hard to tell on photos on these.
Yep. And then got paint. I'm still trying to catch up here.
2, 3, 5, 4, 1.
2, 3, 5, 4, 1. Something similar to that.
Yep.
Okay. If you want to go ahead and give some reasons there while I pull these over.
So a really nice one to start. I'd like her tail kind of flopping down a little bit, probably overdone in the crest, but she's nice rounded lines. The other one gets a little more narrower. Good splash color pattern to her, but just not the quite nice roundness. The other one's squatting, so you can't really tell on her. They probably should be in second, but you know you have to question too much, I think. There, the fourth one, photo's not good, not near the roundness and the width, and the same thing with the last one. Just not quite the nice curves, a little more broken up, done up front.
Okay. On to any other variety males. And I moved that odd black colored one over here too.
Three, two. So I don't know. I don't know which one you moved there. That one.
3, 2,
3, 2, 4.
4.
And I think this one was 4.
Which one is this one?
The first one on the bottom row.
Okay. And then this partridge silky.
Put 4 in 3. The one that said 4, put it in 3.
Okay.
And then the one in first photo would be 4th.
This first photo or the green background?
The green background one.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's not in there. And so did we add that last one down there on that bottom row?
We did not.
Okay.
This one here is added, and I've been told this one's a female, so I'll move it to females.
Right.
That one was unsure if it was a streamer feather or not. And then this is the one.
I thought that was a female. I don't see much male there.
We'll throw it in female.
And so that one's last.
Okay. 207.
Yep.
Okay. And then on to any other variety females. So we threw these two in there so we can put them or if it messes the numbers up.
There you go. 1, 2, 3. That fourth one there is DQ'd because it's no silking. That's not.
Yep.
It's not correct. So then we have that third plate. The third photo up there is first.
Third photo here is first.
Yep. And then that non-bearded one down there, that second one, is that 8? That's not 8.
Non-bearded cream color. Looks like that one.
It would have been the 8th photo. I don't know what that might be. Okay, is that correct? 9. Yep, one next to it, that one. Right? And 6 would have been the 6th photo, and 11.
11. I'm guessing it's this one.
Yep.
Okay. And then these 3, we said this one was DQ'd. Did these 2 change your placings at all?
Oh, for goodness sakes. I don't think so. No.
Okay. We've got a couple people messaging me from all over the place. If you're not seeing your bird on here, like I said, we have a couple different things going on. So, one, there's a chance it's not in the right thing. So it's possible it was like this could be a splash, right? We kind of take our best guess at some of these. So it's possible to look on another slide, rewind if you haven't seen it. Send me a message with the picture. And it's possible the file size was too big and Myro didn't upload it. We get that a lot. So, or it's possible it was, we saw it, we thought it was a male, it got entered in it or put in there as a male, or we saw it, we thought it was a female, we put it in there. Because, like I said, silkies are notoriously hard to tell. So, if you're not seeing birds in there or they're put in a weird, funky spot, we're going to go with it for right now. And send me a message afterwards and I can try and sort it out. You can see on there.
Hats off to whoever has the non-bearded one in that second position. Really give them credit because you don't see too many non-bearded ones. And that was a good one. I mean, if the tail was just a little better shaped there, she's got nice roundness, just as good as that top one there. And not having that beard really affects your judgment on some things there. So it makes it harder because you're used to seeing all of them with that beard. But I really like her lift there of leg and not being so squatty as the first place one. But I thought she was a little better in the tail, a little better over her roundness. Probably carries a little more width of back to her than that one, but pretty nice. And the partridge is pretty good. Just not a little longer in the back. You can tell not quite as round with some of the other ones. And then the rest of them down the did place, a lot of them just too squatty. You can tell they all, no legs to them. Look like a chap. Most of them down there. And one that is up, just doesn't carry that all the way out the back line. Front third, front half was pretty good.
Okay, still getting a ton of messages, guys, right? We're going to leave the sexes as is. If it's sexed as a male or as a female, it's going to stay where it is. The males and females compete against each other for best of variety anyways. So originally we hadn't planned on it, and it would have just been a big giant class of or a giant slide of like 30 birds on it. So if there's a bird in particular you want feedback on, we can get it on there. If you're seeing a missing bird, please send me a picture and I will double check that it's not put in a different spot. Males and females we're going to leave. But if you're missing a bird, send me a picture of it, and if we can take a break right after this, and I will go through it and make sure, see what's missing. We've also had people say they entered birds that didn't get on the form, didn't get in on time, so it's a little messy. But we're going to make it work. So we'll get through all other variety females. We'll do best silky, and then I'll go through and see all the messages and different things people are sending in. It looks like one of them, someone said a splash silky is missing. That's a satin. So that either was disqualified because it was entered as a silky and is a satin, or it's in the satin class right now, which we're getting to. And then, yeah, I'm still waiting on a message from a few other people yet. So we'll go ahead and move to best any other variety.
And so that, again, that's the 2 females there.
Okay. We'll go ahead and pull to best silky then. I'm trying to think. I'm missing, make sure I've got all of my best silky, best of breeds in there. I think I do. Correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm missing anything here.
We'll bring up the other white that was reserved.
Okay.
The best is the white.
Okay.
And I'm going to say that other one, we judged it as a splash, but I'm pretty sure it's probably a blue. And I don't think we didn't have blues, did we?
We did not know.
So, either case, she'd won either the AOV. She'd won the AOV class too. She's going to be your reserve, which is this one down here on the bottom.
You're thinking, okay.
Yeah.
That one?
Yep.
Sounds good. Okay, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. I will check all of the messages, make sure everything is up to par with silkies and where it's supposed to be.
You want to finish that? You want to do the AOV feather leg?
Nope, because we've got to get satins in there, and I think it's in the wrong spot.
Oh, okay.
So.
I didn't do no satins.
Okay, so then it might not have been on there, but I will get satins on there. We'll do satins, any other feather leg, and then we'll get into best feather leg.
Okay.
But I'll take time to get all the silky stuff done now. So we'll do that same timer we did before. Okay. We'll be back in a bit. All right. We are on to satins. We got most of the silkies figured out. There was one quick question if one of the females would have placed over the males here. If you want to look at that quick, it was actually a male. We put it in the female category, which is a bit more competitive. So if you want to take a quick look and just see if this male would have placed any higher in the actual males category. And I can blow it up too if needed.
And moving him to fourth. He'd been fourth.
Okay. I'll put him in fourth and then move it to fifth. And I think that sorts most of it out. We had a couple satins that were entered as silkies. Those were disqualified or in the satin category, depending on how they were entered. If they were entered as a silky instead of any other one, it would have been disqualified. If they were entered as any other satins, I think I had a specific spot for satins. Yes, I did. So if they were entered as a satin, they'll be in the satin category, which is next. There was a few that were disqualified because they weren't full frontal or full profile shots. They didn't show the full bird there.
Okay.
And they didn't show like the tail. If you didn't show the tail at all, it was disqualified, things like that. I think that was most of the issues that we had seen there. So we tried to catch what we could, obviously right away during entries, and send out emails to people if they got disqualified. The later it went on in the entries, the harder it became for us to do that. So move on to satins. And a decent number of satins here. I don't think you got to see these ahead of time. So
I did not see these.
okay.
Okay, so we use number one is first.
Okay.
And then we would go, and your thing is right there on top of that bird. I think we go three. Yeah, that one be second. This one down here on the bottom be one. Very last one be third.
Very last one here is
So,
third.
yep. And then we go the first one in the top row there left be third.
Okay. You mean
Yep.
fourth there?
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, fourth, and then the other one down here on the bottom, third one on the bottom be fifth. We just got not enough roundness there. Depth is not near as good on the two black ones there. The male you can't really see too well from that angle. It looks like his tail's off to one side and too long in the back. Unfortunate there.
Okay. And then we are on to any other feather leg.
One, two, three.
Perfect. Makes it easy. And this one was one I was curious about, but it's a booted cerama, and that's how it was entered. I didn't know that was a thing.
Ceramas can do anything. They like old English people. You just make up stuff.
But for those wondering, we've got
Pretty nice black Langshan there. Not
yep.
great photo, but pretty nice. And that top one, second one, not near as nice in her back line and all going on.
Yeah, two Langshans there, and then the booted cerama is the last one. So I will.
I didn't know what I did. That's interesting. I had no clue what they was calling that, but
yep, I got it and was wondering, and they put it in there on the thing, that it was a booted cerama, which is good.
A booted up with a cerama.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. And then apparently there are a few people breeding booted ceramas, so it's not completely unheard of, but it's something I had never heard of before, which is just kind of interesting.
Learn something every day.
I'm just pulling the rest for the feather legs, and we will get to best feather leg. But feather leg overall was just a very, very competitive class. It was by far our biggest class too, with the most amount of birds there. So I think I got Cochin. The only thing I didn't get was the Brahma yet. And then we are good to go. All right, we'll go ahead and choose best feather leg. I didn't pull satins on here because they aren't recognized. So if you're wondering why best satin here or best satin isn't on here, that would be why.
Well, I had not picked this one, and there was a reason for that because there was three of them that I just pretty dang good. That Silky and the Millifleur and the Black Cochin. I mean, them suckers there are good, in my opinion. And I'll back out. I mean, the Millie, I wish her head was turned the other way so you can actually see the side profile there complete. The wings could be up just a little bit, not much, but a little bit. The beard could be a little bit better. But she looks to have pretty decent eyes there. Some of them could be, I mean, each of those should have a little white dot on them. And so she gets a little color deductions there, but not much. And her foot feathering could be a little bit better, which is really difficult in them. But her tail is beautiful, and she's got a beautiful angle. Her great front, great back line. The coaching is just outstanding. The wings are up where they should be, nice and round. Where I do fault her at, she gets a little coarse there in her face, it looks like. And maybe, um, you know, maybe that's just a photo. I don't know. Maybe just a little choppy back on that tail. And then again, you can't from that pose, you can't really deduct that. But the bottom lines are all good on that. She looks to be the correct size, weight on that. The Silky, same way. I'd love to see her from the side, but you can definitely tell from the front that she's a wide-bodied, great curved over the back, nice head. I think she probably is. For me, she is a little overdone around eyes there, maybe, but it doesn't give that appearance when you look at her that she does. Man, she is crisp and white, just beautiful. She's going to be your champion out of that class, and the black's going to be your reserve. And so when all you Silky people hear us judges, it's not just me, lots of judges, we complain about the Silkies, but when we find a good one, and I don't care what it is, Silkies are not my favorite breed. I would never have one on my farm. But if I find a good one, I will use it all the way. And here's a pure example of one that I'll use all the way. So don't ever say that I won't use a Silky, because I will, and I have.
So you're putting Silky in champion, and then what
The
in
black
reserve?
Black coaching in reserve. Two very nice birds. Very nice birds. Very nice class.
Yeah. I'm going to pull. I'm hoping someone had asked what we were doing as far as after, like, will I be able to screenshot and post slides? You are allowed to screenshot any of the YouTube and Facebook videos and post them. I will try it, and possibly, depending on how much time I have in the next couple of days, put them out there for everyone to see. But we're prepping for the open waterfowl show, so probably not going to get that out there anytime soon. But if I do, I will also post class numbers so you can see how many are in each class, in each breed. But on to the last class, games. Starting off with Silver Birchen Moderns.
So 10, the last picture is first.
Okay.
One right next to it. Number 9 is second. 8 is third. So right next to that one. 3 up there in the top row is fourth, and the one next to it, the female, is fourth. 4 is fifth. I'm sorry, 4 is fifth.
Okay.
Yep. That's that one. Really nice top bird there.
As far as announcing winners, what we're doing is waiting until the very end because we haven't picked best. But people can comment down there if you want to comment your birds and how they placed. Absolutely go for it. We're just not going to announce it from here until we get through all of them. So Mr. Bartz isn't looking at comments, but he can hear everything that I'm saying and going through. So exhibitors will be announced. Yeah, just not that I'm worried, but for the sake of the show and everything, we're keeping names separate until the very, very end. They've all been placed. I know people can get finicky about that, so we're like, we're not going to make it an issue. On to any other variety. There's quite a few of them here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So again, the last picture, 13 is first.
Okay.
7 is second.
It's going to be right here, right? Yes.
That one, yep. 12 is, yep, third, 6. And 10. And I will say, the best one in its class is still down there, but I don't know what color what color he is. It's not a standard color that I know of. But man, that is what you want him to look like there, in my opinion. I mean, that sucker is nice, tight, great body, in condition, just a beautiful dub job on him. Just didn't know what to do with him. So, type wise, he wins hands down, but he doesn't follow any of our descriptions. So, he is an AOV, but I couldn't do nothing. Even if I placed him first, I couldn't do nothing with him. So, unfortunately, that hurts him, in my opinion. So, and I asked Bree, I said, did they send in and tell you what he was? And so, I did try to help him. But I just want to let that person know I really like that bird. I mean, I probably kept that bird too. If I raised moderns and got one to look like that, I'd raise him. I'd have kept him too, even if he didn't follow something, just to look at it, because he's pretty. But a pretty nice one to start the class with there. I think really nice female. Then we got a blue. Just like to see a little more body as we go on down through the rest of those. Just not near enough body to them, a little narrower in their packages, and photos not the best. All those were a little far back, it seemed like, in the photos. It'd been nicer if they was brought up a little bit, but pretty nice female to start off with. And that was it, right?
That was it. We got best of breed. So 2 females competing.
And those two females are the best, and Bertrand will be your best, and the other one will be reserve.
Okay. On to games. Getting down there. Starting with Black Old English. And it looks like we've got 1 duplicate in here. Oh, I'll leave that in case it messes up the count at all, but just know that one's a duplicate.
So I had 12, which I think that's the one on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it is this one. The last one is number 1.
Okay.
And then 9 is second, which I think that's a female, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, female down on the bottom is second.
Okay.
And then the third, in the red box there, I guess, is third.
Take out these 2 then, because these 2 are duplicates. There we go.
8.
8 was, which was it, this one here? The one was, these 2 birds were, I believe, the same bird. The 2 in the bottom corner.
Well, this other female, I think it's the other female down there that would be.
Okay. These, I'm pretty sure
nine.
those are the exact same bird. I could be wrong, though. Let me look. We'll pull those 2 up.
That 2 duplicates.
Yep, looks like same birds. Got the same comb up there. If you're looking. Anyone at home? So we'll go with that one. And then we've got first and second. What would you like for third?
12 and 9. And so then we would have had third. That's the one in the red box, right?
Okay.
And then I had 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's not that male. It would have been that other female, I guess. So I need to move one up. 8, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that male will be next.
Okay.
and then that other male down on the bottom.
Okay, and that'll be for 5th.
Yep.
Okay. Any comments, thoughts?
I know just the photos. I mean, that like the second photo there on the bottom row, that female, you know, she's too far back. You really can't see what all is going on there. A little high, probably a little U line there in the back. Not overly enamored with that. Same thing with that first place male. Great glossiness to him, but a little short and choppy throughout. Not really balanced. And then we got some that are really narrow and just out of condition and not near as good. Really, really a nice top male there, though. I really like that top male.
Okay, coming into, we've got Best of Variety Black. Let me pull the name. Best of Variety Brown Red. I took a pretty good guess at what was Wheaton and what was Brown Red.
Yeah, but
Because,
most of these were not brown red.
Okay. So let me know which one, because games are not my strong suit.
So the three females were all brown reds.
Okay.
And that's it. There's no males in there that are brown reds.
Okay. I'll move.
There's either Wheatons in there, or they have that new color that's I can't even remember what it is now, but yeah, different.
Okay. I'll throw them all into Wheaton. And we'll leave with these 3 brown reds.
462. That's them right there. So whatever. Okay. I don't know how they was. 462. And is that the order that they was in? Photos?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay.
And so there, I mean, these particular ones, you know, they get a little softer, a little different kind, a little long in the wing there. It really carries far back. And so I like the body. Looked like had a little more front and width. When you pick them up, they have that nice heft to them. Just a good hard feel. That first one looks like she's going to do that. The other two probably be a little soft in hand, a little softer feathered. Didn't like it quite as well, and you can't really see, how much lace is on the front. They're a little too high. All of them a little too high in the tail. That's brown red. And we had red piles.
I'm getting, someone said number 3 is a black Wheaton. Is that's not
black
cool
Wheaton? No, that's not a black Wheaton. No such thing.
I'm thinking maybe it was an original one. Let's see what we've got. We're on to red pile.
3, 1, 2, 4.
Yeah. There we go. So you said 3.
3, 1, 2, 4.
There we go. Okay. Any thoughts, comments on that one?
Not much. The males, I I didn't care for any of the males. Females, all right. She's in a little rougher condition, not as clean and white as I'd like to see, and a little rougher up there, just over the back, but the best type. And then, we got a male that's got his tail all in. The other one looks more American game rather than Old English game. And our other one down there is just way too narrow, has color issues, and just narrow.
Okay. On to Wheaton, and I threw the extra males in here.
Was there any males to begin with? It was all females.
I think it was all females to begin with.
I don't think so. Well, the last one down there on that page that we moved over, I don't know what he's a pit game is what he is. He's not Old English. And then there's two that are BB Weds, probably. There's a Wheaton.
You're thinking these two BB Reds, and then
Yep.
the other three Wheaton?
Well, the two that are not dubbed are new variety that they've admitted, and I'm sorry, it's
Okay. I'll put those two in any other variety then too.
something else. So now, let's look. So the fourth female up there in the top row is first.
Okay.
Can you move your?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. And the second female in top row is going to be second,
Okay.
and then the male be third. So was that one? This would be number 3. Would that have been the third photo originally?
So you're thinking right here?
That one, and then then this one. Nope, one next to it.
Yeah.
Yep. So the other two are. That one is not Wheaton. It's got some other color issues going on there in the top, and has a pretty light lobe, but not good type. The other one, really high and pinched in the tail. Don't like her quite as good. More of American game look.
Okay.
Okay.
Going on to Blue Wheaton.
Two, 4, 3, and one was disqualified for earlobe.
2, 4, 3, earlobe. Okay. On to any other variety males.
Let's go back and look at that.
At this one or at the any other variety?
No, that one, yeah. Because that does not look correct. That third place one looks like she should be first.
Okay. Can move those two around.
And put the, yep, there you go. That looks more correct.
Okay.
All
On
right.
to, there we go. Any other variety males?
So this one that we moved over, we're going to put him first.
The
That one, nope, the other one.
okay.
Yep, first. And then we're going to use the Creole up there. Third photo is going to be second.
Okay.
Four, five. So then we're going to use this other one down here, the other BB for third. And this guy up here, the golden duckling, be fourth, which is the fourth photo at the top now. Yep. And then the two in that middle row there, the two last ones in that order. That one, and then so nope.
Middle row. These two.
Yep, yep, those two. Yep.
Okay.
Those guys a little softer and need to be dubbed, and they're going to be too soft in their feather. A lot of fluff going on there. Don't like that. A lot of the other ones were just a little narrower. The one looks like a Nankin. And just out of condition.
Okay.
Okay.
On to females.
So there was 20 of these. Oh my gosh. And the Spangled wins it. She's the last photo first.
Spangle last photo. Okay.
And then the first photo, the blue, is second.
Okay.
And 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Third. Fourth, one right next to her. This fourth and 15.
15. Oh boy.
I think that was.
Probably.
I think it was this one because 20 was a Spangled down here. 19, 18, 17, 16. Yeah, it's a lemon blue down there on the bottom next to the white. Second one. Yep, that one.
And then.
And so the rest of, the The whites I thought got a bad shake here because she's pretty nice, but she looks crunched up in that photo, and so she got a bad shake there. She probably could have went higher with a better photo. The rest of them just not near the body. We got a male in there. That one's a white male next to the Japanese. The gray Jap up there was the 1, 2, 3, the fourth. Yep, that one was a gray Jap,
Mm-hmm.
and the one next to it is a male.
Okay. Thanks for catching that. We'll throw it back over here. We do have someone asking once you finish with these for comments, we can talk about that one in a second too.
Okay. So that concludes the Old English.
Well, we've got
Right.
one question.
Okay.
They're asking about why the Wheaton rooster on this slide didn't place. And we can also talk about this white
Which
hen. I don't know. I'm guessing it's one of these bottom two.
One of them two, I said that they're too loose feathered, and they're really not Wheaton. They're this new color that they've just got admitted to the standard. I'm sorry, I can't remember that off the top of my head what to call that, but you can tell he's really loose and he's feathered. He's not tight feathered. Wings a little low, and just not quite right type. The tail, the tail should dissect. If you draw a line from the top of that top tail, should dissect with the eye. He's too high in the tail. You can tell that. But just too much fluff going on for me. When you picked him up, he'd be soft. I don't like soft ones. Old English hard feathered.
Comments on the bottom left spangled. I'm guessing this bird right here.
I guess, they're just not correct. Type wise, bad photo, but just type wise there. Poor type. I mean, if you look at him and look what I placed, they don't look nothing alike.
And then the last one that was moved over, this one, white sport, possibly.
Yeah.
I'm not 100%
He's still. I mean, even with a male, he's too narrow over the top, pinchy in the tail, not enough front. Need to trim his beak. Not balanced.
And then we'll go to if there's any other. We've got one in the black. There's two in black that needed to get added back in. Let me see if I can get it on here quick. It's going to be... Give me 1 second. There's two blacks that need to get put, that would like comments on. Let me throw it in here. Old English black. They didn't get put on the board, and it's on my own thing. It wasn't something Mr. Bartz did. It was mine. So let me pull it here. Make sure I've got these two on there. Okay. There's one. There's a hen and a rooster pair on blacks on the bottom here.
Still not going to play the two on the bottom.
Yep.
That's so way too short. Tail again way too high. Looks to be not all in the tail, but way too pinched and just narrow. Don't like him. Her tail angle's not correct. A little squatty. Looks like a pretty decent front, but just again, it's a little pinchy back in the tail. Wouldn't make the cut up there at the top.
Okay. And then we're on to best all other variety. We're almost through to best game, and then
The black was best. The black male.
Oh no, we're on to best any other variety. Best of variety.
Oh, well. That could change because. So the best is the Spangled, and reserve is going to be the DB Red.
Okay.
Like to see more lacing on the blue. Her tail's a little lower and wings are low.
Almost there. Then we've got best of breed.
And as I said, the black is your best of breed and just wins hands down. That's a really nice bird. Then I think it's a little closer for me when you're not able to pick them up and you're just guessing there. I like Blue Wheatons and I like her body. Maybe just a tad too short in the back on the Blue Wheaton. The red pile's out of condition, and the brown red just needs a little better balance to her. And so the Wheaton down there just looks to me like she pinches up in the back a little bit there and can't see that lobe really great, but I really question it. And, I hope she's laying and it's just light. They all know me. I'm a stickler for that. I love the Spangle. If her dang tail wasn't just jutted up like it is, she relaxed a little bit in that photo. If she relaxed, she's not too bad. Like to see a little more spangling out there on the tail. And so that leaves me with the Blue Wheaton is your reserve.
Okay.
Let me see the second. What was the second?
Second black.
Yeah. Was it a female, wasn't it? She wasn't as good.
Yes, it was a female.
Yeah, nope. Okay. She's too soft.
Okay. We'll go on to best Old English. Or best game, sorry. We already did best Old English, but
your black is the best, and your two Old English would be the two best.
okay.
And nothing against that Bartz. I like to be able to see her front, how much lacing she's got up there. She didn't look like she had quite enough to me. I'd like to see a little better photo on that.
Let's see if we on to Champion Row. Getting there. I just pulled champion of each bird. If you'd like to pull up reserve of any class, let me know. So, and then I've got champion, reserve, overall, and then if you want to do any honorable mentions, it's completely up to you how many or how little you would like for honorable mentions. Making sure I've got all of them. Yeah.
Rosecomb. Where's Rosecomb?
It was the Seabright.
Oh, it's Seabright. Okay, Seabright. And you only did one game. Okay, I'm counting and we're missing. We don't have the duck and see we don't. Okay, so.
Yeah, no ducks. That's a separate show.
Well, I'd be pretty darn happy if those were in my champion row right there. I tell you, those are some pretty nice birds there. So congratulations to whoever those are. Talked a little bit about them in class, but I mean, I like that leghorn a lot, but I would like to see more depth of body and him carry that depth throughout. Maybe just a tad more width over the back line, but that's being awful picky. He's pretty nice. Really like that Cornish. It's a good photo. You see that sheen there. Um, Good eye, good head. That Seabright, man, she's doing the pose, and when they are showing, I'm telling you, they are really hard to beat. 90% of the time, they don't want to show, and you can pick them on Saturdays, and then if you judge them Sunday mornings, it's a totally different bird up there on Champion Row. So they can really break your heart. But she's pretty good. The Silky is, I'd like to be able to change that photo just a little bit, but she looks a little big in that picture now, and that's part of the picture. But I am saying that's in the photo. She's out there, and that's a nice one as far as type. Old English, I think it's just pretty much what I like to see. Pretty darn nice bird there, and when I say it cuts with the eye, see where that tail is? It cuts with the eye there. Maybe a little choppy over his top line if you want to. You can get picky about that, but a nice, pretty darn nice male. So I thought from the get-go that the Seabright was going to be pretty hard to beat. She's going to be your champion, and then I think it just you can throw them up. The three of them. I mean, I think the Leghorn is last in this group, but the Cornish and the Silky and the Old English, I think, are just toss-ups.
Yeah, and I can blow any of them up to an extent.
You're good. I'm just overthinking stuff now, like I normally do. But I'm going to use and that's why it's really hard for me to do. So I'm going to use that. That is just a beautiful bird. It's just. I think it's just pretty much spot on. And if you pick her any place it's just minor things where I think you can cut the Cornish and the Old English a little more in places than you could her. So, well, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt that she's the right size. And she's certainly standing up, and I commend that. She's got a body underneath her, and she carries it well. It's round, and when you look at her, your eye it flows around. I mean, you can just go in a circle, and that's what you should do when you look at them. And the same thing with that Seabright, that's a heart there, and she's got good lacing out there. A lot of times they run out, get a little light back there in the tail, but she's got it. You could give her a little more mulberry face if you want to, but I mean, I don't know whether she's a pullet or a hen, but I'm assuming she probably looks like she's probably a hen. But you don't see any splotchiness in there. They're all laced. Good dark eye. I'd like to be able to see her comb, but that's just a beautiful bird. And I'm going to pick. A lot of times, you will notice I will always give party colored birds. an advantage, even, um, you know, blacks and whites. You see them champion. You got your poultry press last month. And what was it? 4 friggin' white birds on the front page. Yeah. That just kills me because I know how hard it is because I raised all them hard colors over the years, and I know what it takes to get one like that. You got to raise a heck of a lot of them to get one like that. So I appreciate that and give them credit. So very nice top end. I mean, there was some marginal birds in there, but overall there was some very nice birds at the top end that I'm sure have done well at shows.
Yeah. Congratulations, everyone. I'll throw the game and the Cornish under honorable mentions. You talked about those quite a bit. And then I'll start. I won't go through the slides. I'll just really quickly run through the different names here from top down. So starting with Rosecomb Clean-Legged, our best black male, Jason Luke Dudley. Our best black female was Ryan and Lauren Crosswaite. Our best overall wind-out was Jason Luke Dudley. Our white male was Jacob Keese. Our white female was Ryan and Lauren Crosswaite. Our best white overall was Jacob Keese. Our silver-laced male was Kazia Kusik. Our silver-laced female was Tom Mozena. Our best silver-laced overall was Tom Mozena. And I'm taking a gander at the names again, so if I mispronounce it, I'm not trying to. The best partridge Wyandotte was Jacelyn Kalin. The best chocolate Wyandotte was Nadia Konosko. Our best any other Wyandotte was Kazia Kusik. Our best Wyandotte overall was Jacob Keese with that white. Our best quail male Denver, say that 5 times fast, Kazia Kusik. Our best female quail Denver is Danette Holmes. The best overall quail Denver, best of variety, was Danette Holmes. She also had the best black Denver. The best any other Denver was Jada Spiegel. The best Denver overall was Danette Holmes. The best Seabright, the best silver Seabright was Kasia Kusik. The best gold Seabright was Savannah Freeman. And Savannah Freeman also took the best overall Seabright. And you see it there on Champion Row. The best Rosecomb was Trevor Baca. The best Watermall was Tammy Ford. Best of breed Dominique was Teddy Bowles. And the best any other Rosecomb clean leg was Savannah Freeman. Rosecomb clean there we go. Best Rosecomb clean leg was Savannah Freeman with the Seabright. Into the Ohikis and the single comb clean legged. Best Ohiki was Tina Horth. Best Rock was Blake Bell. Best Leghorn was Brian Carricker, I think is how we say his name.
Oh, no wonder I liked it. He'll eat me up. He was one of my proteges. I taught him, so. Boy.
I wish he had put more of his leghorns in because I saw that picture and I looked
up.
He got
a lot more than leghorns. I hope he ended more than that.
He did. He came up.
I'll be getting a few.
Blake Bell had the best rock.
Blake Bell.
Yep. He had best rock overall with that white Plymouth. Ryan and Lauren Crosswaite had best male Rhode Island Red. Haley Elbert had best female Rhode Island Red. Ryan and Lauren Crosswaite had best Rhode Island overall. Valerie Rodriguez, if you remember the name from last year, she had best Phoenix. Salita Nathnagel had best Nankin. Sarama recognized, so the best overall Sarama and the best recognized was Linda Laster. She also took the best unrecognized bird and the best unrecognized male. Shayla Cater had the best unrecognized female. Best Orpington, Tammy Ford. And then best any other single comb clean leg was Scott Perry. Best Cornish, if any of you guys are on Facebook, you probably know him, Brandon Taylor. Best Polish was Melissa Schuckers. With best black capped white Polish. Best any other Polish was Stephanie Smith. Melissa Schuckers did take best overall Polish. Best Americana in there was your second one, Brian Carricker. And I think that's the only other thing that he had. Oh, no, he entered a couple coachings as well. Your best all other comb clean legged, any other breed was Penelope Strait. And then obviously your best AOCCL was Brandon Taylor with the Cornish that made it on Champion Row. Best satin was Kelsey, I believe Robinson. I just had first name on here. Best Millefleur Duclay was Kazia Kusik. Best Millefleur female was Susan Buchanan. She was in our comments in there. I think she was pretty happy with how she placed. And she won best overall Duclay later on. Best Millefleur here, best overall Duclay. Best porcelain Duclay was Samantha Richwin, I think is how you say her name. And best any other was Ashley Dixon. Best buff Brahma, male and female, and overall buff Brahma was Kasia Kusik. Best Brahma light was Teddy Bowles Jr. Best Brahma overall was Kasia Kusik. Coachins, best of variety white was Ryan and Lauren Crosswaite. Best of variety black was Jason Luke Dudley. Best of variety black female was Brian Carricker. He also took best of variety black overall. And best of breed coachin. He was that black coachin you really liked.
Good grief.
Blue coachins was Emma Tice. Mottled coachins was Ryan Twifford. Buff coachins was Autumn Odell. Any other coachins was Jessica Graham. And then obviously best of breed again was Brian Carricker. Silky is that white silky that made it up on Champion Row Reserve Champion, Ashley Hefty. She and her family have entered for the past 3 years, and they've done really well every single year. Best black silky was Joseph Campbell. Best splash silky was Jason Luke Dudley. Paint silky and any other silky were both Jolene Box. And then best of breed was Ashley Hefty with that white. Any other feather leg with that Langshan was Deanna Palmquist. And then best in class was Ashley Hefty with that white silky. Into the games, the very end of it.
Who's the white silky?
Ashley Hefty.
Okay.
They did, I believe they have a few others in there. They may have had large fowl, I believe. If I'm remembering right from last year. I believe they took champion. They won several awards in large fowl youth, if I remember right. In games, Silver Bertrand Modern, Jason Luke Dudley, again, their name popped up quite a bit. Modern, any other was Jimmy, and I didn't get a last name on the entry, so I'm not sure what his last name is. But Jason Luke Dudley took best overall modern with that Birch and Hen. Black Old English was Grace Trafford. Brown Red was Jared Wilson. Red Pile was Emily Crawford. The Wheaton was Savannah Freeman, so same person with the Seabright. Also had the Red Pile, the Wheaton Old English. Jimmy, again, had the Blue Wheaton Old English. Don't have the last name there. Terry Hodgebeck had the Any Other Variety Male. Savannah Freeman had the Any Other Variety Female. And Savannah took that best overall Any Other Variety. And Grace Trafford took the best Old English with that black Old English. So the best in class was Grace Trafford with that black Old English male. And then on your champion row up here, you've got your honorable mentions, Brandon Taylor and Grace Trafford with that Cornish and black Old English. And then you've got your reserve champion with that silky Ashley Hefty and your champion with Savannah Freeman. So congrats, everyone. Amazing show. Lots and lots of birds to do and go through. But Thank you, Mr. Bartz. You did a fantastic job. How you managed to fit that all into 4.5 hours is, yeah.
I must have got a lot better than last year because I didn't do as many comments. I did not do comments this time.
Yeah.
Normally, I would have done that, but there was just simply too many to go through to do all that, and so and I knew we was doing this today, but I started on them. I think Saturday night, and I worked on them some yesterday. I probably spent a good 12 hours doing it.
Yeah.
So it just takes a while.
Yeah. We're hoping next
I
year.
enjoy looking at them. So you do a nice job. You should be congratulated. I don't know what you do for a living, but you need to be doing something with computers because you're very good at that.
I'm still in college yet, so we've got
And
a
I
while.
see Crossway. He was bopping in and out all the time, and I kept thinking, what's he doing? Is he watching me? Is he?
He was at work, so he was trying to move birds and
I knew he was trying to move stuff around. I thought, now he's just trying to mess me up. And he'd get on there and then he'd be off. But I really enjoyed doing it, and thank you for all the hard work that you put into it. It certainly is nice, and
Yeah.
I don't know. They all could think that I know whose birds those are, but I don't know diddly squat.
Yeah.
I could have judged them someplace, and they probably didn't do near as good.
I was gonna say there were several birds. I know, like the Denvers, quite a few of those were at Cooley.
Cooley.
Uh-huh.
Yep. So you just never know. In a photo to make them look better, or they can make them look worse. But there's definitely a art to that, and how to do it and make them look good. And hopefully there wasn't no photoshopping going on.
Yeah, there's a few that I had messaged, including that Leghorn. It's like, no way. So we did say this year we were okay if you did things to the background. Like some people like blurred out backgrounds. I was okay with that, as long as you're not changing the bird in any way, shape, or form, which was the biggest one.
Right.
So we want to obviously make it as fair to everyone as possible and as realistic as possible. So if there's any, I had questions, I'd reach out to the exhibitor, but there weren't many. There's most of, like, I don't think there was any this year that I disqualified for Photoshop, which is pretty good. Pretty happy with that. But yeah, there's a few upcoming. So for anyone waiting on there, we've got the next one is Open Waterfowl, which is the 11th. So that's coming up pretty quick. But go ahead.
I already lost that thought, so good luck. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
AI generated in the future.
Oh, that I can tell. Some of the photos, like some of them, I was like, is it photoshopped? Is it not? Did they edit like the image at all? Some of that is iffy, but AI, you can see it 100% every time.
You can now, but I don't know if we will be in the future.
Yeah, fingers crossed it won't be an issue, but
I hope not.
Yeah.
They did a good job. So whoever raised them did a pretty nice job.
Yeah, there's some really nice birds in there. So, the other dates, people. Oh, Fun Show. If you want the Fun Show, that one has like the barnyard mixes, the chicks, the pretty pictures of birds that didn't get into any of these. That is judging live. You can go vote on the pictures. There's no, it's not super official. We had an issue with the voting. It was I called IT. They couldn't fix it, so they sent it to a programming team that'll hopefully fix it for us. So you can vote on everything but chickens. But
but head on over there, see some of the pictures of the birds that they've got. That's on the website. The youth youth waterfowl is the 15th. The 19th is youth large fowl, and then youth bantam is the 25th, I believe. The 20th is showmanship. That one should be a fun. All the slots are filled up for those, so I've got a couple people asking about that. There's no more spots available for showmanship. And then I'm trying to think. We're still working on an open large fowl judge, so that date, hopefully, I'm talking with a couple of judges, just seeing if we can get a date down. And then if anyone has ideas next year on how to get 2 judges judging at once, I'd love to hear it, because I'd like to get multiple judges so that we can open up. This the Open Bantam is just too many birds for one judge to do. You did fantastic, but it's a lot to ask of any one person. So yeah, if we can, we're working on it. I've got a couple ideas. We'll see what I can do for next year. So then we won't have to worry about capping entries like that. And then we can also not put so much strain on one person. So, trying to think if there's any other big things I've got. We've got merch. If you want a t-shirt or a hat, Fowl Creations did a fantastic job. I've got the link on the Facebook page. They put together all the designs for us. They made it super cheap. It's like $7 a t-shirt. And $1 off each order goes to the show. So support the show, get some nice t-shirts, and then support another like local poultry company. They're in quite a few shows down south. So yeah. If you've got other questions or comments, let me know, and I will try and get them in the next couple of days. But until then, thank you again for judging.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good evening, everyone.